if you were to take Mad Max and Walking Dead and give it some sort of supernatural overlay, that's kind of what you would get in a nutshell, I think, with this game right here, Sins, the RPG from First Fallen Leaf. This is a game that we've featured on the show previously. We did a 3-part series called Dead City. That's their lead up. That's kind of like their introductory adventure to kind of get players into the world that they have. From there, you can take those characters and take them even further into the setting. But this is one of my favorite settings to play in for an RPG. It's got a D6 dice pool system. It's really fun. I'm so excited today. Today we've got the one and only Ben Warren, one of the writers behind this game. Ben, thank you so much for coming on and doing this actual play for us.
Yeah, Doug, thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell folks a little bit about what I try to explain what Sins is in a nutshell, but if you want to kind of give it a better pitch, go for it.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I'm not going to lie, like what you were saying, Mad Max, Walking Dead, supernatural elements is a good pitch. So, yeah, Sins is about our world in the future that has fallen afoul to supernatural forces, a undead hivemind called the Brood that brought about the fall of civilization. And the characters that you play in Sins are people who have been consumed by the Brood, but you've managed to regain your humanity. And in doing so, you've unlocked these incredible powers. You've got things like regeneration, you can read minds, you can reshape your own body. And it's all about sort of the decisions you make and the effects that your character's actions have in this much bigger, scary new world that you're in.
This was one of my top RPGs of 2018. I'm going to tell folks that this is available on your website. I put the link in the description of this video. It's also available if you're in the States through Indie Press Revolution. If you want to check out the PDF, it's available on Drive-Thru-RPG. I believe I put all those links in the description, so definitely check it out if you like. This book is very high quality. The illustrations are done. They're are amazing. I can't remember. It's I forget who does the illustration for this now. Will Kirkby. Yes. It's just some amazing art. I love the aesthetic of this whole book. I love the black and white images and the red and white. I dig this book so much, and I'm so excited for more content for this whole setting. You just did a Kickstarter a few months ago, if I'm not mistaken, for another source book for this. Do you want to tell folks a little bit about what the source book is for?
Yeah, so the source book is for Sins Manifest Destiny. So the core Sins book is quite focused on America's East Coast. And what Manifest Destiny does is we move out into the Midwest. We flesh out the various factions that are on the East Coast and help sort of bring the world to life, as well as start looking into some of the deeper lore around the setting's main antagonists, these sort of angelic beings, the Reapers. So yeah, there's a whole lot of exciting new stuff in there for players. And also I'm really pleased to say that we got Will back doing all our artwork for the expansion as well. So we're gonna have that same lovely black and white stuff.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, I'll tell you. I'll be honest. When your first Kickstarter launched, that's what drew me in, was the art by Will, and I apologize for forgetting his name right off the top of my head, but I tell you, his art is amazing, and I'm a big fan of what he does. So it's so nice to see the same artists throughout this whole all your products. So. All right, so we're going to do an actual play called Old Man River, which is an adventure that you've designed written specifically for us.
Yep.
Awesome. Let's bring on our players, and we'll introduce the cast. Joining us today are three of my friends. You've seen them on the show quite a few times. The one and only Jason from the Chaotic Good Cast, also known as the Geek of the North.
That is me.
We've got Phil, also known as the Dark Orb on YouTube.
How's it going, everyone?
And Josh, also known as Halloweenville on YouTube as well.
Hello.
Gentlemen, thank you all for giving me part of your day to do this actual play. And yeah, from here on, I'm just going to take my show and throw it over Ben's way. And it's now his.
All right, awesome. So, what we're going to be playing today is, as Doug said, we're going to be playing Old Man River. And this scenario is going to be set in down the Susquehanna River of Philadelphia and I think quite a few other states.
440 miles long, yeah.
Yep. So you have all been contacted for a job of yours, a job to do. You've been asked to escort the riverboat, the Tribeca, down the Susquehanna River, carrying a priest of one of the Thorn clans. The Thorns are clans of nomadic wanderers who are found scattered all throughout the USA. And you need to bring them from the small township of Mishoppen down to the Conowingo Dam, way in the south and east. So I just thought, as a quick introduction, if you'd like to introduce your character and also just give us a quick rundown of what's their reason for joining up with this expedition aboard the Tribeca. Doug, do you want to go first?
What's that?
I was just going to say, if you want to do some quick introduction of your character and why you're traveling down the Susquehanna River today.
So sorry, my wife was asking me a question as we were off screen.
Sorry.
Yeah, my character's name is Pernicus. The players, much to my dismay, call me Pern, which I hate incredibly. And the thing that they usually like to say is, it's time to feel the Pern. When I have to when I have to get my big sledgehammer out and start whooping some tail. That's basically what I'm good at. Yeah, I'm on this journey because I want to do. I'm basically like I envision Pernicus as like this setting's Hulk. Like, he's really big and muscular, and he just wants to find inner peace. And he's very distraught because he's just, whenever he gives into his rage, it feels so good, but he knows he shouldn't be. And he remembers a time when things were much more peaceful and not so evil and chaotic. So yeah, so he just wants to go back to that time. He spends a lot of time in self-meditation, and yeah, he knows that he was brought on this mission because of his muscles and everything, but he's actually agreed to take this just because he wants to do good, because he thinks doing good deeds will eventually get him to his inner peace.
Love it. Awesome. All right, who wants to go next? Josh, do you want to go next?
Sure. So my guy is a bit mysterious. Not a lot is known except for he's a bit of a wild card. He's into like old style gunslinger type things, and he's traveling south because he hears there is someone that's better than him. So he wants to prove them wrong. And so he is on this trip mainly just for kicks and for the free ride.
Nice. And we're going clockwise now. So Phil. if you want to introduce yourself next.
Hi, so I'm playing Seamus, and Seamus is, well, if not currently, has in the past been like the librarian of what was originally a bit of a biker chapter, and is very good at keeping things running and has a real interest in how things work. That interest extends beyond the mechanical and into the world. The chapter in question, or the group in question, are very good at transporting. So think in terms of human trafficking, but not actually human trafficking with regards to people who shouldn't be moved, but in terms of getting important people from A to B. So he maybe has been pulled along this journey because he's good at getting these sorts of people where they need to go. But also he feels that this priest might have some hidden knowledge about what on earth is going on with the world, and so he's keen to try and bring some of that knowledge out.
Great. All right, cool. Well, let's see what he finds out. And last but not least, Jason, do you want to introduce yourself?
I'll be playing Hector. Before his human passing, he was a bit of a scrapper. Thought he was all that in a bag of chips, would always walk his way into fights, that sort of thing. After his passing, before he ended up becoming an emissary, he realized that there was something more in the world. He was never very much for faith or religion or anything of that sort. Didn't really believe in anything, had no particular belief structure. But once he found the songs, he realized that there was something more. It's hard to argue with the facts, actually. Now that he's had access to that, he's pretty much become a man of faith, not overnight, but just by sheer force of having it slapped in his face constantly. So now he's following that to the best of his ability. He's kind of abandoned his physical aspects entirely since his rebirth, I guess you could call it. There's just nothing. He doesn't find any of that particularly challenging anymore, because he's seen what these songs and what these other powers can do. He feels like there's no point to that sort of act anymore. So he's embraced a bit more of the spiritual now. He's investigating where the songs might lead him, how they speak to him, where they might take him down the path, kind of thing. And that's why he's here, actually, because he heard that we were going to be escorting, for in all intents and purposes, a priest. So he's curious to see what more he can learn, whether it's from something for his faction or not. He's going to learn what he can.
All right, great. I like it. We've got three pilgrims and a guy who's spoiling for a fight. You, as I said, you have been asked to meet in the town of Meshoppen. It's a small riverside community of about 200 to 250 or so people, surrounded by a spiked wooden palisade to keep out raiders and worse. The town's main feature is the dock, which is sort of the lifeblood of the town. This is where it gets most of its commerce from, river trade, people moving up and down, that kind of thing. You are currently at the jetty. Near the more just near you is the Tribeca. It looks like the Tribeca was once a sort of those sort of river cruise boats that just sort of gently trundled up and down stream, giving tours, that kind of thing. One of them that has been retrofitted with several sheets of steel armor, a proper little radio mast, and glaring over the top, a heavy caliber machine gun. It's not big, but it's pretty ferocious looking for its size. You're being met by the captain of the boat. Don't know what happened there. Petra Jacobson. She's a woman in her sort of early 50s, dark skin, very sort of hard-wearing, weathered face, and a kind of long-barreled revolver on her hip. You notice, and yeah, she sees you having hustled up to the dock, and as you're coming, calls out, "Hey, you the guys here for work?"
Absolutely. Look at the size of that gun. Would I like to get my hands on that? Nice
More
piece,
likely
by
to
the
find
way.
a business end. We are actually looking for work. Yes.
I'm hoping flattery will get me everywhere.
She kind of nods. She nods to Ollie and is just like, got a look of a gunslinger yourself there, friend.
Oh, absolutely. I just caress the handles of my guns at my side.
Okay. You can. All right.
Seductively.
Yeah, that's where you lost me.
Poor Doug.
16 minutes in, and Ben is already regretting this.
So there's a bit of a flirt going on here with the captain. I just admire, one, that she's carrying, and two, she's got a bigger gun than I do.
I just turn to Hector and Copernicus and just go, "Oh God, not again."
It's always got to be about size and comparing things. I don't understand.
She doesn't know how often he has to maintain that thing.
So yeah, Petra kind of gives the three of you kind of the once over, just sort of getting sizing Seamus, Hector, and Pern up, and says, our special passengers run a little bit late, but should be with us in a minute or two. Why don't you fellas get yourselves aboard and hunkered down? We got a little cabin below decks for passengers if you want to sling your gear on.
I'm gonna walk right through. As soon as I hear that, I'm just gonna beeline for it and kind of push everybody out of my way because I'm much bigger than everybody else and I got a big sledgehammer over my shoulder, and I'm just gonna
be like that, Perny.
Kind of just make my way because I don't really care what everybody else is doing. I just want to get out of where everybody is.
You're gonna fall off this boat. We're carrying that hammer, my friend. You're gonna go straight to the bottom.
Yeah, the Tribeca physically rocks as you step on. Yeah, Petra's just like, damn, he's gonna take us all with us if he ain't careful.
Oh, he will do it whether he's careful or not, I promise you.
With all the guests on one side of the boat, Panicus on the other side. We'll be fine.
Basically, yeah. We'll just have to balance it off. If we can just get Perny and his ego on one side and Ollie and his
Pern is like,
side with us.
The important guests have arrived now. I'm here.
Yes. VIPs are aboard. I will go stow my gear and just generally explore the boat, looking to see what's what. I've never been on one of these before, so...
Yeah, I'm going straight up to the gun. The big
okay.
gun.
Straight for the weapon.
Oh yeah, it's hot. It's exciting. It's massive. I just want to feel the raw power behind my hands and just
Okay, yeah, it's a big fucking gun and it's great.
Oh yeah. Oh, and I just kind of want to, swing it around, looking for a target. Just kind of like, I wish there was something I could blow up right now.
Yeah, Petra just shouts from down below, Ollie, that is loaded and not a toy.
That's why I'm thinking no.
Don't worry. I'll take my hands off the controls for a moment and just kind of like press my face up against it. Like, don't
It's
worry.
like hugging a tree, right?
We'll get our chance. Oh yeah, don't worry, girl. I got you back, and I just caress it, and then after a few moments, I will make my way down to the other crew, just kind of like in this state of bliss.
We've lost him. So if anyone is looking for Ollie later on, he'll be curled up at the base of the gun.
Probably.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I mean that's Ollie. That's Ollie's story.
At least we know where to find him.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, his if sorry, was it Seamus or Hector who said they wanted to get a general lay of the land on the boat?
That was me.
That's Hector.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, so Hector, as you kind of take a poke around, it looks like, just from your like first guess, this is mainly used for like hauling cargo and things. There's quite a large kind of hold, and most of it looks like it's sort of like there's a couple of like crates and bits at the moment. It looks like this has actually just been chartered just for this priest at the moment and you lot. As you look around, you find yourself in like in the engine room. Stinks of oil. Looks like it's a sort of like fairly beefy, diesel motor.
And that's exactly where I would have gone, by the way, straight to the engine room. So
Yeah. So yeah, you find Seamus there already. I mean,
Somehow
yeah.
covered in grease.
Thinking about it.
And I kind of imagine, I don't know, I sort of imagine Seamus just sort of being like there's a slightly omnipresent layer of grease, despite his best attempts, never quite goes.
He might not look dirty, but he just smells exactly like a garage. A car shop,
It's the aftershave.
Yeah. Old oil.
All right, so there's nothing else on this boat, like by and large, except for us, the crew, and eventually our VIP, right?
Yeah. There's also Petra's cabin. When you try the door, it's currently locked, and there's like a sort of helm and bridge with a couple of maps of like the East Coast's rivers marked out with like there's pins and post-its saying where there's bandits, where there's friendly trading points, where there's brood nests, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So sort of the I'm trying to remember the word. There's a navigation room for a ship. I'm sure there's a word for it, but I've completely forgotten it now. And I want to say bridge. So I'm going to say,
Most
the bridge.
ships do have, that's where they would navigate from, is the bridge, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. You can tell I don't go on boats much.
I will try to pay special attention to the maps, actually, just so I can sort of inform myself as to what kind of a journey we're going to have. Because are we going downriver or upriver? Do we know that?
You're going downriver. You're currently like fairly far north of where you need to be.
All right. I will introduce myself to the bridge crew just in passing, so they're not looking at me like, who the hell is this guy?
Sure. So yeah, there's one other guy on the bridge who seems to be like just keeping an eye on the helm and stuff, who introduces himself as Franklin. He looks to be about in his 30s, little bit disheveled, and as he offers to shake his hand, you realize he smells a little bit of booze, so probably been enjoying his shore leave the other night. But yeah, he's happy to tell you anything you need to know about / want to know about the Susquehanna.
All right. I'll just chat him up in general. Mostly I just want him to be aware of like us as a group, honestly. Just so like we don't run into the whole, hey, why are we listening to these goofballs when something does go sideways on us?
Fair enough. Yeah, sure.
Does he have any idea when we're expecting our VIP?
He he thinks probably just the next couple of minutes. He said it was going to be. He said it from what he knew, you was basically going to be casting off like next half hour at most.
All right. I will leave him to his work and go inform the rest of the guys. I know where Seamus is, and I'm fairly certain Ollie hasn't let go of the gun, so it's just a matter of finding Perny.
Perny is in. We have our own quarters, right? Is that in the ship?
Yeah, you've got like a little cabin with some bunks together.
Yeah, I'm certain. I'm currently in the cabin, sitting cross-legged on the floor, just kind of meditating with my sledgehammer in back of me.
You're sitting cross-legged so that your head doesn't like hit the ceiling.
Yeah, I'm just kind of,
So your eyes are closed?
Yes.
I'm going to flick him in the nose.
I think that requires some sort of roll because
You're not moving. You got your eyes closed. How does that require a roll?
I don't know. I don't want to take away the GM's roll. Yeah, I will. I'll open my eyes and glare at Hector.
Hey, you okay there?
I'm fine.
Okay. We're going to be casting off soon. So no sudden movements. We'd like to keep the boat right side up. You might want to come up on deck and meet the guy we're escorting, just, for the sake of not knocking him off the boat with your hammer at some point.
He looks at you unimpressed.
I'll just look at him. These are English words I'm saying to you. Are you understanding me?
Yep.
Excellent. I'll leave.
Is Pan doing anything else?
Pern will eventually get up off of his feet, put the sledgehammer on his shoulder, and follow Hector eventually, but not in any real rush.
I'm good. I was going to say, if he's following me closely, I'm going to scoot ahead a bit. Just to avoid getting bopped in the head with a hammer.
So yeah, as you're following Hector, you actually hear Petra shout out to the rest of the ship. We got our man aboard. Meeting in the cargo hold.
All right. I will make my way to the cargo hold.
I'll kiss the gun and move to the cargo hold. I'll be back. Don't you worry, baby.
I'll follow Hector to the cargo hold.
All right. So you convene in the main cargo hold, where Franklin and Petra are, and also a third person who you assume is the Thorn Priest. He's wearing this sort of voluminous coat, hung with a couple of charms, woven patterns, things like that. The Thorns, you just know from generally living in this world, they've got their own sort of, pagan belief systems, the best way to describe it. Even if you don't know it in much detail, they're all about kind of nature, and the brood and the reapers are all came about, they believe, because the world's out of balance, and you gotta find that kind of harmony again. He very much looks the part of what you imagine a Thorn Priest would be sort of braided up hair, that kind of look, little bit hippie. think sort of apocalyptic hippie.
Nice. I can picture that. Petra says, "All right, crew. This is Milo Jacobson. It's Petra Jacobson, who is the captain. Is Milo Anders, who is the priest. So let me start that again from the top. As Petra says, all right, crew, this is Milo Anders. He's one of the priests of the Thorns. It's our job to get him down the Susquehanna to the Conowingo Dam in one piece.
Don't know why. Maybe the priest can give us some more details, but the person I spoke to said some mystic mumbo jumbo. But I'm getting paid. I'm guessing you lot are getting paid, and yeah. Frankly, you got the map, and Franklin sort of like panics for a moment, like, ah, shit. 1 sec, and just hurries off to the bridge. Sorry?
Can I look at the other guys and be like, wait a minute, you guys are getting paid for this?
In more ways than one.
Cat's out of the bag on that one. Or I'm gonna have to
If I
give
could
Bernie
take
some
that
money.
gun with me when I leave, I'm going to.
You can't just
Throw it on your shoulder, it'll be
stealing
fine.
things.
Find a way to put that on wheels and. I would like to ask Petra, if she's ever gone this far south before. Has she traveled this river? Like, what kind of experience does she have traveling this specific route?
I've been on the waters of the East Coast for years. It's Susquehanna. She's a big one. Got her fair spots, but well, I mean, the whole big scrap over the East Coast that happened a couple of years ago. When Dominion rolled into town was blessing in disguise. It's not too much in the way of brood spawn around here. A couple of outlaw types, bandits, that kind of thing, who might cause us trouble, but it's quite a stretch of river you can find these days.
Quiet. I'm really not into that peace and quiet, but I think the rest of the crew might be. All right, I'll saunter sadly up to the deck and just kind of like pout a little bit that I might not get to see anything on this quiet river. And since we got such a long journey, I'm just kind of in the mindset that I'm just not going to be happy.
I follow Ollie up and I say, hey, don't worry, brother. Clearly they're not as confident as they think they are because she says she's been on this river many times, but she's still worried about the map.
I mean, how quiet are you being out of interest?
It's under my breath, but I'm certainly not whispering it.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna see. Does she over here? Oh yeah, she does. She kind of calls after you. The map was for your benefits, you jackasses.
Just going south.
And at that point, Franklin returns with one of the maps rolled up under his arm as she unfolds it and points to a little mark on the winding line of blue that is the river, and says, "So this is us up here in Mashoppen. We're going to be traveling south all the way down to the Conowingo down there." And she points a considerable stretch to where this is like an ancient sort of. Do they have Ordnance Survey in America? Like, what's the?
Yeah. Like
Yeah,
geological maps with like the elevation lines and things like that.
Yeah. So it's one of them that looks like is the better part of a century or so old. Like it's almost like parchment, but has been massively annotated. This is going to take us a good 3 or 4 days going at a reasonable clip. We're going to be stopping off. There's an outpost near what's left of Scranton. On Scoville Island, going to stock up on some fuel and some other supplies there. We're gonna be on our way from there. Hopefully, it's a non-stop journey, but it's a couple of points of shallows, things like that, where If there's any river pirates, any outlaws, things like that, that's where you might be needed. They like picking off boats while they gotta go slow and can't hot-foot it out. So, deck rules. I'm captain. Word is law. You do what I say. I'll get you through fine. If you don't, well, you can have fun tangling with the brood.
Don't know if I'd call it fun, but sure.
Gunslinger boy, you can keep the turret if you want to when things get hot, but again, not a toy. It is not a toy.
No, it's my new love. You kidding me?
Oh god, that's even worse.
I want to make baby guns with this thing.
Yeah, we're gonna have to
The
get
only
the priest to
advantage
perform a ceremony.
To
I
this
think.
is going to be we'll always know where he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she's looking distinctly worried now.
I am a little bit more excited when she said that the outpost could have pirates and bandits or whatever. So I'm a little bit more like perked up. I'm not sulking as much, and I'm just like, maybe I could go challenge one of these fools.
Okay.
I got to make a name for myself somehow.
We have several names for you already, Ollie. Don't worry. So I just ask Captain Jacobson, with respect, who's your second in command in case something goes wrong?
We're a small ship, so that's Franklin.
So I thought,
Much appreciated. Obviously, nothing will go wrong. But it's good.
no.
I will catch Seamus's eye and just give the universal drinking thing when he mentions Franklin's name.
Map boy.
Just so we are on the same page. He may be looking at the wrong side of the map at some point.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else you fellas want to know?
I'm happy. I'm good.
When was the big gun last serviced?
If Ollie's allowed to remain on it, probably
Don't-
frequently.
don't-
I mean,
Don't worry about it. I'll take care of her. I will go up there. I will grease her joints. I will lube her up just right. I've got this handled.
I mean, Gunslinger boy is obviously got that handled, but she's all loaded. She's all oiled. She's keep her under a top to keep the rain off her. She's all good. And now I'm calling her. Look what your friend has done.
That's okay. We're going to ask Father Anders to perform a civil ceremony later on. Okay, I'm good.
all right. So we have our destination. We have our departure time. We have the possibility of piracy.
And we have a map that just goes south. Yeah.
I mean,
we're
well,
good.
it's a river. I mean, how many turns are there?
Well, it's the Susquehanna, so quite a few. But
Well, there's a lot of turns on the Susquehanna. Yeah, that's true. But I mean, it's still going in the one direction. I mean, not like we can go off-roading.
Not with that attitude.
No, well, yeah. I mean,
we could
that's
put
Twitter
wheels
talk,
on the bottom of the boat.
There are not. I'll just say that now.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah.
Right, let's do
Oh,
it.
then we could drive it like a tank, and I can shoot stuff. Yes, I like
Always
that.
got your back, brother.
Oh, we got to
Derail
talk
the mission for 3 weeks while we prepare to add wheels.
Doug's like, we haven't even started the game yet.
I like it.
What have I done?
I apologize in advance, Ben.
I'm going to see if I can have a word with the Thorn Priest there.
Okay.
If he's assuming, is he still here, or has he gone to his own quarters, or is he?
Yeah, no, he's just been sort of quietly listening in on the briefing.
I'll just straight up walk right up to him. Excuse me, do you happen to have any itinerary involved for us? Are we just strictly going there, dropping you off? Are we like, what is is your mission something that we should be concerned with for action? Like, are we expecting any trouble, or are we strictly just chaperoning you there and back?
So while Hector's asking him, and I see that the priest is about to respond, I like without like any like realization what I'm doing, I just like walk up and I kind of push Hector out of the way so I can kind of hear what because I'm much bigger than he is, and I just kind of just like go over and try to be a part of this conversation.
Okay, yeah, he's about to answer before Pern muscles in and is just like, oh.
I'll stumble off to the side and just glare at him.
I'm taking something of our clans to a site just out beyond the dam. One of our clan's old shards is we're not entirely sure what's happened to it, but something's injured it. I'm going to be undertaking a ceremony to make it whole again. We, like I said, aren't sure what happened to damage it in the first place. It's why we wanted help from Nemissaries like yourselves, just in case. It could be anything. Hopefully, it won't be too dangerous, but I can't promise a smooth journey. But once we're there, I'll just need a bit of time to complete the ritual, heal the shard, and you're free to go your own ways.
All right, fair enough.
Can I say if I overheard that?
Sure. All right, perfect. In fact, that is a good opportunity for the first dice roll.
There we go, when I do the first Doug.
So do you want to explain? Let's just for folks that aren't familiar with the system, this hope engine that this game uses. It's a D6 dice pool system. There's attributes. You've got body, conviction, cunning, passion, reason, and prowess, and then you've got skills. So whatever your rating is for your attribute, that's how many dice you're rolling, plus your fate. So you're going to be rolling a D6 dice pool system, and then based on whatever skill you're using, that's how many successes. That gives you the number that you're going to want to achieve or better for your successes for the roll. Is that correct?
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself.
All right, excellent.
So, in this case, if you want to overhear someone, it is going to be a roll of your cunning attribute, and your skill will be perception. And as well as rolling for your dice for your tribute, you also add a dice for your fate.
Yeah.
Which is, as you're all beginning characters, your fate 1, so it's just 1 extra dice.
Cool. So just for the benefit of the audience, I've got 1 in fate, and then I've got 5 in cunning. So
all right.
6 dice.
Nice.
These are my sins dice, which I'm super excited about.
Love them.
And what is this going to be? What skill is this against? Sorry? Perception.
Perception, yeah.
Okay, so I have 3 in perception, so I need to hit a 4 or above on each of those die in order to succeed.
Yep.
And that was 2 successes.
Yeah, I'm going to say with 2 successes, they're nearby. That you're able to overhear them. And what was I going to say? Also, don't forget that 6s explode. So if you do get a 6,
one of those was a 6. Yes.
Oh, awesome! So yeah, you can roll that again.
So that came out with a 2. So yeah,
two successes is still enough to overhear what Milo says to Pern and Hector.
okay, I'll take out a little notebook and I just scribble some things down.
Cool. All right, things have been scribbled. So, go on.
I think I'm very curious as to like the healing of the shard. Like I feel like that's something that I would really like to, once we get there, like, and this priest does this like ceremony or whatever to heal the shard. Like that's something that Pernicus is really like something he wants to know more about, because I think that might be something that might help him along his journey of finding maybe if some sort of healing. Like any kind of healing in this world kind of intrigues Pernicus.
He's going to be so disappointed when he finds that he can't do it with his hammer.
So Milo nods and says, I'm using something our clan calls a shard seed," and he sort of unbuckles his jacket and pulls out a small piece of black obsidian. This is something you recognize as void glass. It's the material that the shards themselves are made of, and is this extremely dark, kind of volcanic-looking rock. As I said, looks like obsidian, but is unbelievably unnaturally strong. The biggest boon that void glass can give people is that the brood spawn that are marauding all over are able to regenerate, and void glass is one of the very few things that can stop them from regenerating. So it's powerful stuff, but extremely rare. And you can see that like this little piece of void glass has been sort of like wrapped in leather cord. It looks a bit like almost like a kind of a ceremonial dagger. There's like there's this sort of cording wrapped all along it, and there is actually a bit of some kind of light you can see glowing inside of it.
As soon as he takes it out, I'm going to bend down to take a look at it really closely. And as I'm bending down, I push Hector out of the way and just kind of get really intrigued by this shard seed that I'm just kind of studying it a little bit more, and I don't really even care that I'm blocking anybody else's view of it while he has it out.
How hard do you push, Hector? Do you know your own strength?
I mean, I know that I'm probably like I can feel him, but like I'm just being kind of rude.
Which is fair because I was rude to him.
But this shard seed really kind of intrigues me. Like it's really like I want to just hear more about it and study it. And
Okay. As you're leaning in, can you make a roll of conviction and resolve?
Conviction,
Please.
absolutely. So I have a 5 in conviction, so plus my 1 fate, and my resolve is 4+. So here we go. That is 2, and then I got a 6. Let me just roll that one. So I have 3 successes.
All right. So as you're leaning in, there is a sort of moment of quiet. And like you can, for a moment, you've got like, you know, the general ambience of the boat around you. There's a bit of conversation in the background between Petra and Franklin. There's the water slapping against the hull, that kind of thing. And it fades out, and you hear just the sort of muttering that is only like in your inner ear, that just starts saying to you quietly and repetitively, take it, throw it in the river, get it away, break it, throw it in the water, get it away, break it, take it, break it, break it. And you seem to kind of zone out for a moment before you kind of push that away. Milo notices this and sort of pockets the shard seed once again, and just says, "Are you all right there?"
Yeah, I'm fine. I'll back up just a little bit and put my sledgehammer on my shoulder and just kind of eyeball the priest a little bit.
Okay. So yeah. Hector, have you got anything else you want to ask Milo now that you've got a bit of space from Pern?
Actually, that was pretty much it for my questioning, other than wanting to stab Pernicious in the butt. But we'll save that for another time. I do have two knives, and I will have one of them out after he bumps me. But I'm not going to make any kind of an attack towards him. I'm just going to be like, spin it around for a second, put it away again. One of these days, Perny. One of these days.
Wow. So yeah, as Pern and Hector are chatting to the priest, I'm gonna take a wild stab in the dark and guess that Ollie is back up with his new best friend, or is he doing something else?
I'm just. Has the boat even taken off at this point, or?
It has. Franklin has set the moorings loose, and yeah, the Tribeca is puttering out into the center of the river. Actually, no, puttering seems the wrong word. It's a big old engine. It's a sort of. I can't think of a good engine noise now, but like deep engine, manly engine.
I'll.
Nice
rumble.
Rumble. There we go.
I'll be at the gun, and as the boat begins to move and go on, I'm just thankful that it's moving, and I'm just holding on to the gun, and I go, "I'm the king of the world!"
Oh no!
Swing it around and I start waving to the people on the docks.
All right.
Like one person waves back, the rest sort of see you swinging a machine gun round and yelling. So just take cover.
Pulling away from the dock. Let's kill everyone before we leave. Start the journey off on the right foot.
Hopefully my finger doesn't slip.
God.
Your finger slips, you are losing gun privileges there, Ollie.
And yeah, Seamus, are you doing anything just as you begin to set out?
I'm actually paying close attention to the engine noise just to make sure that I feel confident that this thing is properly maintained and isn't likely to suddenly blow up.
Okay. I'm just going to say, like, with your general, like, engineering know-how, it sounds like you've heard better engines in your time, but it sounds all right.
Yeah.
Like,
5
doesn't. Yeah, sure. 5 out of 7. Doesn't sound like it's going to go kaboom out of nowhere anytime soon.
Cool. So, as I'm happy with that, I'm going to do what Hector did earlier and just have a walk around and get a lay of the ship and understand where everything is really.
Cool. Yeah, same as before. You've got the big cargo hold where you've all met up in. There's your quarters. There's like the little bridge, Petra's quarters. There's a little kind of like, obviously there's some deck around the side of the whole thing as well that you can just use to move about on. But yeah.
Cool. And I'll make sure that I'm fully aware of where the priest's quarters are.
Cool. So he's got like a little room just next to Petra's quarters.
Okay. The VIP suite.
Yeah. The presidential suite.
On the barge, there's a VIP suite. Sure.
Yeah, it's got a jacuzzi and everything.
Just a hole in the bottom of the floor. You just dunk yourself in. Hey, look, it's bubbly. Yeah.
Inbuilt jacuzzi, lovely. The Tribeca heads down the river and starts making good progress. This was a pretty forested region before the fall, and since the world ended and civilization collapsed and all that lovely stuff, the areas that were once fields along the bank have now become pretty much completely overgrown. Not too far out of Meshoppen, you find yourselves passing through an older town that is at this point just a couple of shells of buildings that have just been completely overtaken by plant life. There's you see like the movement of like animals in the undergrowth. There's birds singing. It's actually pretty idyllic and scenic, all things considered. And for the first few hours, pretty quiet. So, as you're going, how are you all whiling away the time?
I think Ollie's up on the roof going bang, 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 bang.
Actually, I make sure that the gun is perfect and I can keep line of sight to it, so I can keep an eye on her. But I will go to our captain and just kind of do a little bit of flirting and ask to see her piece.
Whoa.
Her gun,
Wow.
her gun.
On the first date? Jeez.
Yeah,
gun,
it's like when you say that, it's like, normally a guy buys me a drink first.
One would hope.
Well, point me in the direction of the galley, and I'll make you a drink.
You know what? Roll passion panache. See if you can.
All right, let's see what I got here. All right, 1 for feet. 4 for passion. Let's see, and you said panache?
Yes.
Okay, so I need a 4+. I've got 2.
Okay. And she's not smitten, but she seems kind of amused by it. And yeah, heads down to the galley with you and picks out an old bottle of it looks like sort of like homebrewed whiskey and a couple of glasses and drops them on the table.
All right. Yeah, let's drink away. I'll uncork the bottle and pour a little bit in each glass and, kind of raise up and cheers to a successful mission.
All right. Yeah.
And then just kind of chat with her maybe about, my love for guns and my kind of ambition to be the best gunslinger in the world that's ever known. So, I kind of relay this story to her, and then, hopefully she'll give me some feedback on like why she's, river captain and, what her goals and ambitions are. Hopefully, the liquor is loosening her lips a little bit.
Yeah. So yeah, she says, I inherited the Tribeca from a friend of mine. Actually, it was, when you agree to do someone a favor, and then I had this old boat on my hands, and there were a couple of folks wanting a passage down the Mississippi, and then when I got there was what was it? Yeah, a whole crate of grenades and a whole bunch of other ammo that needed taken up another river. And yeah, never really planned on being a boat captain, but just kept going up and down, never really stopped. Yeah, I've been putting some cash aside, though. I'm hoping to maybe pick up a plot of land somewhere near New York, something like that. Sell down permanently, sell this whole thing on to someone else, and enjoy a peaceful retirement, but probably not for a couple more years more.
So, can I ask, where'd you get your big gun? How does one procure one of those?
Oh, that thing? That was sorry, Seamus. Sorry, Phil. I've just seen you comment on the pistol. That thing was a. That was a Well, that was going to be a job for the breakers. They wanted me to transport some. What they assured me wasn't human cargo down downriver, and well, it turned out there was definitely some slaves there, which. And I don't really know what the hell else I expected dealing with slave traders at one time, but they took offense. We swapped some bullets out, and they had that thing up on the back of an old truck of theirs that they used to go after me with. So once I dealt with those sons of bitches, mounted it up on the Tribeca. Ain't looked back since.
That is absolutely amazing. Say, when's the last time you fired your weapon there?
A couple of weeks. Just scaring away a couple of brood spawn that got sniffing too close.
Nice. Can I take a look at it?
Yeah, sure. She pops on the table and slides it over to you.
All right. Now, can you describe it? Like, how clean is it? Is it dirty? Is it like fully loaded? Is there only one bullet in the chamber left? Like,
it's like it's plainly made, but it's well made, if that makes sense. Like, there's not really any ornamentation on it, but this is clearly like it's got like a good balance and heft to it. The actual like the metalwork on it is of really good quality. It is fully loaded and it is kept nice and clean. And as I mentioned earlier, most notably, it's like a sort of revolver, like a Smith and Wesson style thing. It's got a unusually long barrel.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm just checking it out. Pop open the chamber. Spinning it, making sure it's well lubed and everything. Everything looks good. It feels good. And I'll take out one of my sidearms and offer it to her to look at. And it is immaculate. It is well polished, oiled. Everything slides smoothly. And we're just kind of stroking and fondling each other's pieces. Guns. Okay, I'm not junk. But the cold steel feels good in my hands. Although I wish it was hot. Although I with the liquor, running through my veins at this point, I am getting a little bit sweaty down here. My heart's beating a little bit faster. I'm kind of Captain's looking good. I kind of like her future plans.
Wow. Is that the music you're looking
Go
for?
to Honey Jail. Okay, cool. So yeah, you are enjoying your nice date in the galley. And as I was going, so as you two are discussing guns and maybe other things, what are Seamus, Hector, and Pern up to on your journey?
I will be actually taking my job seriously and walking the perimeter of the boat. I have, as one of my abilities, what I was just looking at a moment ago. Let me quickly glance back here. I have Open the Echo Eye, which means I can actually detect the use of Arietta's within I think it's 3 miles for my total rank in that. So I'm just going to be like patrolling the exterior of the boat to see if I can, keep an eye out with my eyeballs and with my senses, just in case somebody decides to use something.
Okay.
It's a passive ability, so I can detect that it's been used, but if I want to make rolls, I can determine location and type of powers and stuff, that sort of thing.
I was just double checking how it works, as haven't seen that one for a while. But yeah, as you're patrolling, you can you do pick up at some point the fate sort of quite. It's quite kind of like distant and weak, but there is an echo of someone off the boat using a song.
So, okay. I will attempt to determine the location, I guess, which is a roll.
Yeah. So what that will be is you've got to spend one anima of the type that you detected. So anima is essentially the equivalent of mana for this world. It's what fuels your power and exists in light, neutral, and dark form.
Right.
What you've detected is a power that uses dark anima, which, just to clarify, isn't necessarily evil, but generally leans towards sort of more entropic style of abilities.
Yeah.
So what you would need to do is you would need to spend one dark anima, and then you'd need to make a cunning perception roll, and that will potentially give you more information on like what power has been used, what location, that kind of thing.
So let's see, I'm 5 in cunning, and my perception is a whopping 1, so I need 6 pluses on that. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 for the fate. Yeah, not a thing.
Yeah, you try and hone in on it, but unfortunately, by the time you notice it, it's almost already gone.
All right. When I do detect it, after I fail at locating a specific location for it, I will go seek out the captain and advise her of that. So I'll be like knocking on the door, interrupting Ollie and the captain, apparently.
Oh, son of a...
Yeah, you walk in on Ollie and the captain having a pretty in-depth discussion about life, guns, and the universe with your news.
All right. Yeah. I'll just when they open the door, I'll just straight up say someone in the immediate vicinity of this barge is using abilities. I can't give you a direction or a location, but someone nearby. I don't know if you were expecting that or if it's commonplace, but it's happening.
Petra looks sort of like, she kind of like puts a drink down for a minute and says, when you say immediate vicinity, do you know how immediate? What are we talking here?
In my own experience, close by, like within a minute or two, maybe 3 minutes walking or driving, sorry, of the shoreline anyway.
All right, she kind of nods and says, "All right, we'll keep it. I'll tell everyone to stay alert. Ollie, you know where to go."
I'm there. I chugged the last of my drink, slam it down, and out the door.
All right.
I will go seek out Pernicious and Seamus as well, just to let them both know. I mean, I don't know what they're up to right now, but wherever I find them, Seamus, I'll be relatively polite to. Pernicious, I'll be just like, get up on deck.
My God,
What's
sorry.
that?
I was going to say, all he did was slightly knock you about once. What were you going to say, Doug?
I'm on the back of the boat, just kind of again sitting cross-legged with my sledgehammer on my across my lap, just with my eyes closed, trying to meditate, trying to figure out the interaction that I had with the void glass kind of disturbed me, and I need to kind of figure out what I need to do about it. And while it was kind of, telling me to destroy it and toss it overboard, it also like gave me some sort of peace, like knowing that it was talking to me, and I just don't know how to handle that, and I'm just trying to find some sort of answer on my own. So I'm just meditating on what
Instead of
what I should
flicking
do.
him in the nose this time, I'll just bump his knee until his eyes open.
It's like I can't get like it's like you know what it feels like? It feels like you're a parent and like you're trying to take a nap and your little ones just keep it waking you up.
Yeah.
And like
Yep.
and that's kind of how I feel. I slowly I like without even knowing who bumped me on the knee, I know that it's Hector.
Yeah, he's been doing this for a really long time.
And I just kind of sigh. And gradually I open my eyes and I look at him like, what?
Okay, two things. First of all, there's something nearby. Second of all, how are you guarding anything with your eyes closed? We're here to chaperone this fellow. You can't see a thing with your eyes closed. Meditate when you've got your own time. I'm not saying that you don't need to meditate. I'm completely on board with that. Just, we're here to guard the man. Somebody, like, I literally walked right up to you. I could have shot you.
I'm quite aware of my surroundings, even in meditation.
Flicked you in the nose earlier. That didn't seem to startle you much. Anyway, something nearby used an ability, a song of some sort. And I mean nearby as in, I don't know, you could probably chuck your hammer that far. So paying attention right now would be an excellent idea.
He's gonna look at Hector unimpressed, and I'll slowly get up and kind of use my hammer to like help myself up, and then
the
I'll
old
throw it
man
over
move.
my shoulder, and I'll follow you to wherever you're gonna go.
Oh, you don't have to go anywhere. Just keep your eyes open, man.
I kind of get
Then
the
I'll
impression
go.
that-
I'll wander off looking for Seamus in the engine room. I'm assuming I'll start in the engine room, whether he's there or not.
I kind of get the impression that Pern has probably actually got a really nice, gentle personality. It's just that because he hasn't been able to get a solid night's sleep for about 6 months,
Every time he closes his eyes, I'm just like.
slowly getting more and more grumpy. I'd actually like to suggest that I'm talking to Father Anders in his quarters. So, presuming that's where he is.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, what are you talking to Anders about?
Mr. Anders, do you want me to address you as father, or is there another honorific that you prefer?
You can just call me Milo. I'm not a Fireflame priest. There's no need to. Don't call me father. I feel he kind of like he looks like
You are
a
younger than me, so.
that, and I just feel a bit ridiculous if you do.
All right, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. I'm just normally when I'm involved in these sorts of operations, it's something of serious importance. I'm curious about the ritual, if you don't mind me asking, and why you can't perform it where we left. And it's a long way to go for a ritual.
I need to perform it at the site of the shard itself. Anywhere else, and it simply wouldn't do anything.
Interesting.
It's risky, but our clans are protected by the shards, and we protect them in turn. It's what helped us survive in the fall. They helped guide us through the nuclear winters and packs of brood. We've got an old bond. I'm just simply honoring the contract we made with them.
I appreciate that. And you were the nearest priest to perform this, or simply the most adept at this form of ritual?
A bit of both. The nearest priest, nearest one with a shard seed as well. They're valuable things.
Oh yes, I
But
heard
rare.
you mentioning the shard seed. I was unable to see it as he was in the way. I'm not sure if I've seen one before, actually.
your big friend. And yeah, once again, he kind of shows you this little wrapped piece of void glass with a faint glow. And says, I noticed it seemed to provoke something of a reaction in your friend Pan. Do you know if he's struggled with his hollow much before?
I don't know specifically, but he is a temperamental type, and I don't know, it's like he's not had a decent night's sleep in months. That's the best I can describe it. I think he needs a vacation, but obviously this is not something that we tend to get. Nice river tour, though, I suppose.
Well, I hear the frozen wastes of Canada are lovely at this time of year.
Yes, but we're going south, so that's not really very useful, is it? Is there anything any of us can do to help with the ritual? It's going to be a few days before we can obviously get back up north. I'm sure that if your mission is this important, we can perhaps help to guarantee the success.
The rite itself is actually quite simple once we're there. I simply need to take the shard seed and embed it in the shard as well. There's a few words of prayer and a little channeling of my own anima into it, and hopefully that should be enough to put it on the mend.
Simple enough.
Like I was saying to your friends earlier, our main concern is whatever injured the shard in the first place could still be out there. So, in case of trouble, that's why I needed you here.
That seems straightforward enough. Do you need an understudy in case something goes wrong?
If you want to know more, then I can walk you through the process.
And yeah, I take out a notebook and ask if it's okay if I write these things down, so that I can make sure that if something happens to the priest, that potentially we could complete the ritual for him.
Okay. Yeah, he talks you through the process. It would actually be. He explains that it would be easier for an emissary, as you're sort of naturally able to call on and like manipulate your own anima, whereas for a normal human like Milo to do that takes years and years of training and focus to be able to do that. But he does warn you that if you tried to do the ritual yourself, in the universe of sins, anima for Nemissaries is a finite resource that is slowly replenished, whereas in humans it's something that just sort of flows in and out of people naturally. So there would be a risk that in doing this ritual, a human would probably be safe to do it, provided they were, properly focused and trained. But as a Nemissary with someone with a much more limited supply of anima, there is a chance that the shard could consume you in the process of healing itself. Mm-hmm. Hence why. So yeah, he does say to you, if something goes horribly wrong and it's truly desperate, and there's no chance of me doing it, that is when I would ask you to step in. But otherwise, please don't concern yourself with it.
That's fine. Maybe we can get that map boy to do something useful.
Map boy.
Oh yeah, Franklin.
Yes, map boy.
Boozy shard, that'd be an interesting idea.
Yeah. Anyway,
thank you, Milo.
At this point, I will interrupt their conversation to let them know.
Yeah, you would have heard. I wasn't particularly talking quietly, so you probably would have heard my voice.
I would have eventually found him anyway.
Yeah.
But I'll just knock on the door and stick my head in and say, "There's something going on nearby. It could be nothing. It could be something." So.
It's not Pan again, is it?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It could be. It's weird to have this happen on the river. So I mean, it's worth paying attention to. Somebody used their power out there somewhere.
Huh. Well, that's not too common.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've never really been up and down this river. I mean, I asked the captain, and she seemed pretty startled.
Marlowe kind of thinks for a minute and just says, I don't think there are any thorn emissaries around here. Otherwise, well, if there were, I'd be traveling with them. It
No,
could
they're
be...
one of the best people for the job. You'd be traveling with us.
Clearly, he's
You're right. I'm sorry. How foolish of me. He sort of thinks and says it could be a brood pack or something if one of them's evolved enough to start using its own Arietta, but it's definitely something to keep an eye out for.
Here's to hoping they can't swim. If they do. I mean... Anyway, I'm going back out on the deck.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
I'm just making
join you.
awkward conversation at this point, so I'm just going to be like, yeah, well, blah, blah, blah.
Milo, I'm going to go and get a drink. Do you need anything?
I'll be all right. He picks up. He's got a rifle that he picks up and just says, "I'll keep an eye out for things on the deck if we're looking for trouble. Don't worry, I'll run back below if anything rears its head."
Okay. And then I just suddenly shout, "To the bar!"
To the barge.
Yeah, barge.
Yeah. All right. You make your way down to the galley where there is actually conveniently a corked bottle of whiskey and two emptied glasses on the table, but no one else in evidence.
Okay. Where did Hector go?
Up onto the deck.
All right. I might.
Now that I've irritated Perny and Ollie and the captain are aware, my work here is done for the moment.
All right, so can Ollie, Hector, and Pern up on deck, can you all please make me a cunning perception roll?
Ooh, nice.
Can I be cunning or perceptive? That's the question. I mean, cunning I can do.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, I remember this roll from before. Yes, I was
Ooh,
terrible at
that's
this.
exploding. I have 3 successes.
3, 4.
Yep, I have 4.
I got one VCG.
Nice.
Is that a 1 or a 6?
That's a
I can never tell with these naughty dice.
It's a 6.
Okay.
I can be mean to Doug, but I won't be that mean to him.
So was that one success?
Yeah, one success for me. Yeah.
Cool, thank you. So, Pern, as you're kind of like looking out, you see there is a sort of rustling in the undergrowth and a flash of movement. What do you do?
I not so gently nudge Hector with my elbow.
If you knock me off this boat, buddy, boy,
And
am I gonna come back wet.
I go like that real quick, and I kind of hit him a little bit harder than I probably intend to, and I point over there, and I look over. I say, "What's going on over there?" As I point and talk to Hector.
What? I told you what's going on.
Did you
What part of
see?
that didn't you
There's some sort of rustling and movement over the.
Oh yes, yeah, I see that. Yeah, eyeballs. See, when they're open, they work.
So as you're bickering, there is another bit of movement in the bushes, sort of almost on the reeds that are just sort of by the side of the riverbank. And as you're arguing, something bolts away into the forest. Pern, you get a glimpse of a rangy sort of humanoid figure with deathly pale skin and like almost an emaciated kind of frame. But
Would I know what it is, like based on previous experiences?
You immediately recognize it as one of the brood, the risen dead. This one looks like it has been a brood for quite a while. From what you can see, it doesn't look particularly human at this point, but it's not evolved yet into some of the more nightmarish versions that you've faced in the past.
Okay. I'm going to go to Ollie and say, brood, gun.
Swing. And I am beamed in on wherever he points and just waiting, holding steady. Nerves of steel, baby. Come on, girl, we got this. I'm going to give this gun a name by the end of the show.
I'd expect nothing less. You wait with bated breath as you're focused on the point where Pern saw this brood. But as the boat continues to pull away, it seems to be staying. There's no more movement in the undergrowth as far as you can see. It's either scarpered away or is lying very, very still.
Okay. Perny, you let me down. There's nothing there.
There was something there. It
Listen,
moved. It was running away.
I can't. I'm not going to shoot into the weeds. It could have been, a normal person walking by just trying to get a drink of water, and then you're going to have me shoot into the weeds.
It wasn't. I didn't say.
You got to know your target before you start shooting things. Perny.
I wanted you to make sure you had a gun locked on it just in case it decided to attack or come towards us or get reinforcements.
What if it was, some poor woman trying to get water for her child, and then you had me, shoot without knowing what it was?
Now, Pernicus is just as irritated with Ollie as he was.
And then I will just, kind of swing the gun around, just, ever so watching everything, ignoring Perny at this point.
All right. So as you as Ollie turns away, Pern, you glance back as the Tribeca pulls away down the river, and as you're going, you see again this sort of emaciated, pale figure stand up, like bold as you like, seemingly, and just with this sort of clusters of 3 eyes where a human's would be, all shark black, just locks perfect eye contact with you for a moment, and then just lopes away back into the forest.
I'm gonna grab my sledgehammer and just get really irritated. No, I don't wish it was a gun.
That's what we need to do for
Perny
you,
is tense.
We need to get him like a shotgun with a hammer on the end of it.
Doesn't Perny mostly use that sledgehammer as a means of getting up off the floor? So it's just like
it's like a crutch.
Yeah, exactly.
Crutch hammer. I kind of like that.
I'll come out of the galley. I've taken a swig of the whiskey, but what these guys don't know is I generally just use it as a mouthwash. I don't tend to get drunk. So I just swill and then spit it out outside.
He just likes the flavor.
Yeah,
That's it.
pretty much. Plus, it's not very nice.
Okay, fair enough. Oh no, for some reason I'm just imagining like a wine tasting, but with
Exactly like that.
homemade whiskey.
Yeah, kind of swill it around and then find
what
the
time of
spittoon.
day
And I was
is it
just
right
like, why
now?
is everyone so stressed?
So you left in the morning, and it's sort of approaching just past midday, sort of like 1 o'clock-ish.
Okay, so it's not like this isn't under cover of darkness or anything. So it's just a matter of us getting a better look at this thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it would be. Unfortunately, the boat has now pulled away around the corner.
Yeah. So so we know something's watching us now. That doesn't bode well for us because we're stuck. Well, we're not stuck going in one direction, but we are supposed to be going in one direction. So we need to be on the lookout for ambush possibilities, gentlemen.
Who are we ambushing?
No, we Okay. I wish I had a whiteboard right now so I could explain.
Well, hang on, there was this large piece of paper with some scribbling all over it. Could you use that?
That's the map. Yes.
Yeah.
Is Seamus a litterer?
The big scribbly bit is the river. Yes. So we're okay. Here's the situation. We're going down the river, around corners, where everybody knows where we're going. I mean, it's a boat going downriver. We're gonna show up downriver at some point, so they can set up anywhere they want to try and ambush us. So we need to keep an eye out for bridges, narrow parts of the river, that sort of thing. Yep. So just as a general, knowledge thing, that's how rivers work.
Pretty sure I understand how rivers work. I just don't understand why you're so stressed. I mean, I was in the galley, and then suddenly I come out, and everyone's got, stress faces on.
We're fine.
Be as serene as you, Seamus.
Perny was freaking out about someone gathering water for their village, and I don't know what the heck is going on.
I think Perny just needs a decent night's sleep.
Once again, as the only person who's taking their job seriously, I will move to the bow of the barge and just keep a lookout.
Yeah, I will. I'll follow Hector just because if there's one, there's probably more.
Okay. I was gonna say he's gonna throw me off the boat, but okay.
Maybe.
Look, it's over there. Boink! Off goes Hector.
What a shame.
Yeah, that would be exactly. Darn it.
The void glass was not telling me to throw it over. It was telling me to throw Hector over.
Grab it, throw it over.
So the next couple of hours after the brood spawn you saw vanished crawl by, but it seems, as far as you can tell, it seems like there's not really much more in the way of movement. At one point when the river widens and slows, Petra comes to you, just the four of you, and says, "So we can try pushing on through the night tonight. It's a little risky. Waters can get a bit choppy, and there's debris on the river. But well, I mean, you saw that brood spawn earlier. We can drop anchor in the middle of the water here, where it's wider and deeper, and should be a little safer. But obviously, we're a sitting target. What do you want to do?"
I think we should just keep going, honestly. I would rather use lamps to light the water and try to avoid the debris as best as possible than moor, because we're just begging for something to jump on us if we moor.
Plus, we would normally rely on Perny to actually, stand guard during the night, but he hasn't had a decent night's sleep or, any kind of opportunity to relax during the day. So,
yeah, I was gonna ask if this boat has any lights to shine to
like a spotlight.
Yeah, kind of.
Honestly, I would rather sacrifice the sides and the rear of the boat to keep the front lit so that we can see where we're going.
Yeah, fair enough. So there are a couple of floodlights that have just been bolted to the front, and there's oil lanterns and things that they hang off the side just to keep an eye out for things. The pace drops considerably as you sort of make your way through the river. You can see there are sort of bits of debris and stuff bobbing up and down here and there, fallen trees, a couple of rocks sticking out. There's a collapsed bridge which the Tribeca eases through by a matter of inches. And as you're going, the rest of you kind of sleep in shifts. Sorry, Pan. But as dawn approaches, a worn out Petra says, "We should be just a couple of miles out from that outpost I mentioned, the Scovel Island one. It's in the ruins of Old Scranton, but they've got plenty of petrol and other supplies. So once we get there, we should also be safe enough to catch a few hours of shut-eye as well.
Hey Ollie, when we get there, should we see if we can pick up another floodlight and maybe mount it onto your new love?
Oh, baby, yeah. We'll deck her all out.
What? Oh, jeez. Is there any conversation we can have with you that's not awkward, Ollie?
I don't think it's awkward at all. I mean,
No, you don't. Yeah, that's the frightening part.
she's got to. Oh man, yeah. Mount a spotlight on there so I can get a nice bead on the target. Oh yeah, and I'll stroke the gun and be like, "You want one of those, baby? Yeah. You want a spotlight on there? You like that, don't you? Oh yeah. Thank you, Seamus, for the idea." She says, "Oh, you're so wonderful."
Okay,
Don't worry, that'll keep him busy.
Yeah. Yeah, after a long night like that is the last thing any of you need. But there you are. And as dawn approaches, you find yourself on the edge of some old city limits, and there is, as is always the case with these things, a rusted bullet hole pocked sign that says "Welcome to Scranton, population." Originally, it was written 500,000. Some smart ass has later on down the line crossed it out and sprayed 0 underneath. As you're approaching the city limits, the river splits, and a small island rises up from the water just on the edge of the city, and you can see that there's a couple of buildings. They've been like sort of thrown together. They're fortified with like barbed wire, that kind of thing. Looks like there's a watchtower as well. As Petra guides the boat up near the edge of this little island, away from the bulk of the city. Can all of you please roll cunning perception for me?
Oh, I hate this roll. I get to roll so many dice, and it's just so embarrassing. Oh, 2 successes this time for me, though.
2 for me as well.
1, 2, 3, 4, 4,
3,
5.
All right. Sorry, I didn't realize that adjusting my chair required that much movement. So you all notice that it is. You all notice that the watchtower is currently unmanned, which seems kind of weird to you because like this is obviously keeping an eye on one of the main entry and exit points for this little outpost Petra's talked about. Ollie and Seamus, you see as the boat is coming up towards another little dock, you see the town. It's not really a town; it's a hamlet. This little hamlet seems completely empty, and also there is a couple of broken doors and windows. But like, even though it's the wee hours of the morning, this like most of the communities here, they're rise with the dawn, bed with the sun, and there is literally no one about. It is deathly quiet.
I wonder. My mind's just going, where is everybody? and I kind of say it out loud unintentionally. I'm just like, I'm baffled that there's no one milling about.
Are they all just getting the rest that Penny so desperately wants?
Ah, okay.
Maybe
So
they're
it's a village. It's a village of Pernies.
Well, I mean, no, not
Sledgehammers
Lord.
everywhere.
It's a lot of noses to play.
Sledgehammers everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm as I see that there's nobody around. I'm gonna grip my sledgehammer a little bit tighter because I don't like the looks of what's going on.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm gonna move in towards the buildings, I guess, just to see. Is there any signs like of recent activity? Like, does it look like people have been here recently, or does this look like abandoned?
So as the Petra pulls the boat in, and she is also looking distinctly uneasy.
Like, this is supposed to be a resupply thing, kind of deal, like a way station, and there's nobody here. That's odd.
Yeah, there should be someone here. We'd pull in at this point. There'd be at least one person coming along trying to haggle for some fuel.
When
Yeah.
we last
Trying
here?
to sell us some petrol.
I'll cover you all from here.
Gee,
comfortable
thanks,
out there.
Ollie.
No problem.
Because nothing would make me feel safer than somebody with a machine gun covering me if I get into a fight.
Exactly.
All right. Okay. So, is the crew gonna moor us up, or are we gonna stop here, or what's the deal?
Do we need to stop? Have we got enough supplies to keep going, or do we actually have to stop?
Petra's sort of she's looking kind of pensive and says, I planned this journey out on the provision that we'd be able to pick up some spare petrol from here and be on our way.
Okay.
We can probably travel for a day or two beyond that if we go slow, but unfortunately after a point we'd be at the mercy of the current.
Okay,
No.
so let's be pragmatic. We need to get into the dock, and we need to
Yes.
find the fuel supply.
Yeah.
I'm
None of
sure
this is
between us
mercy
we
of
can-
anything. Thank you.
We can resupply if we need to. We can work out how everything is set up here.
All right.
Let's see if we can find the diesel tanks. And I don't know.
You do that, and me and Perny will have a look around.
Yeah, let's see if we can get some food.
Okay.
Watch your back.
I got it. I got their backs. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
until
I
they
know.
turn around the corner of a building.
Yeah, that's fine. All they got to do is run back out of that corner, and then whatever.
Oh yeah. If
You
you
know,
see us
could be
running back
following-
towards the dock, by all means, shoot over our heads.
Exactly. That's my point. Because you're gonna want to get back to the boat if something's chasing you, right?
Yeah.
So hopefully, eventually, you'll come out of wherever you're hiding, and
Yes.
whatever's chasing you will follow, and then pew 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 pew, done.
Right.
You're good.
All
I was going to
so-
ask Ollie if I could convince him to come with me, and then I realized firearms plus diesel is not good.
No, sir. That's a bad
Oh,
idea.
Seamus, pick up the prettiest light if you find one.
Prettiest light.
Prettiest. How do you
Yeah,
define
the
prettiest? What's the
spotlight.
measurement of success here? Does it need to be a
Big.
particular color?
I like them big, round, and shiny.
Okay.
Sure. Just lean into it.
You might want to also ask Perny to look, because he'll probably find one much, much bigger
Oh,
that he can
Perny!
actually carry.
If you do me that
God.
favor, I'll never call you Perny again.
I'm just. Ooh, there you go.
That's a pretty big...
That would be a wonderful sign of respect. So I would call you by your full
Something else.
name.
The thing that I don't get is, like, I'm a literally hulking, like, huge dude, and they constantly call me a name that I hate, and like I don't know why that
Trying
anybody else-
to goad you into action.
anybody else they would probably like respect with it, but no, the biggest guy they constantly harass me.
It's
Hey,
because
let's
you're
make
the
pretty
biggest
tiny.
guy.
So, with Ollie covering you, Han and Hector looking to get the lay of the land, and Seamus on fuel duty, and the rest of the crew ready to cast off. You make your way out into Scoville Island Township. As you sort of head through into the dock buildings, it quickly becomes apparent what has happened here. You can see that there's a couple of there are bullet holes scoring into some of the building walls. There are spatters of blood and a couple of scattered brood spawn corpses about. No dead bodies, which isn't surprising. When someone dies, they will usually rise again as a brood spawn themselves within a few hours, unless they are purposefully decapitated or their body is burned. And it looks like whatever's happened here has happened long enough ago that the victims of this massacre, any who didn't get away, have now joined the pack.
So we missed it, basically.
Wonderful.
Okay. I'm not very good in hand-to-hand combat, Perny. So this is a you thing. Lead the way.
So yeah, I'm going to just kind of walk down the middle of the street with my sledgehammer and just try to see if I can find anything that we could use.
Or
All right.
survivors.
Could you both roll cunning and perception?
Stop saying that.
Stop looking for things then.
No, I don't. I mean, the stats is what I'm having a problem with. The verb is fine.
I got a 1. I got one success. Yep.
Yeah.
Goose egg.
You guys
Sorry?
0?
Nothing.
Ah.
I'm
All
staring
right,
at Bernie's back saying, well, I can't see anything. What's going on?
So yeah, you have a sort of rummage through some of the outbuildings on the dock, in the sort of dockside area, but don't find anything particularly interesting. You find there's an old, like in one of the buildings that's had its door smashed in. There's an old pistol that's just been emptied out of rounds, and like you find like a couple of like scraps of like just loose cash and change, that sort of thing, like handy little bits, but nothing particularly special. Seamus, as you're looking towards like the fuel dump for the town, you find it like it is just a sort of shed with a couple of tanks next to it, and like oil drums, jerry cans, that kind of thing. What you notice is that each one of them has been just sheared open, and there is a slowly spreading puddle of petrol on the ground. Like there is a stink of just like mixed diesel and things like that. But it looks like something has just come and quite methodically just ripped open each of these containers just to let it spill out on the floor.
Okay, so it looks like it's intentional.
Yeah, which is very weird to you because brood spawn don't really understand what petrol is or how it's used.
Okay. What sort of speed is it coming out of these tanks? Like, can I gauge whether or not there is fuel left in the tanks because it's coming out quite quickly, or is it trickling out like it's basically empty and there's just a little bit left?
Most of them are trickling out, but you do notice one of them is sort of the sort of slash marks are kind of only really halfway up, and peeking in, you can see that like below that line, there's still a reasonable amount of petrol. Obviously, just not very well contained at the moment.
Okay, I'm going to do two things. Firstly, I'm going to take out my notebook and basically just draw a sketch of exactly what I see.
Okay.
So that I don't have to think about describing it too much. And then secondly, I'm going to see if I can work out a way to rig for that tank that's potentially got like half left. See if I can find a hose or some mechanism, the standard dock mechanism for actually getting that fuel to the boat.
Yeah, sure. Taking a bit of a look around. There are some like lengths of tubing and hoses and stuff, and what looks like a like a sort of like hand pump style system that presumably they just stick into the boat and just inject the fuel that way.
Okay.
That you can hook it up to, and whatever did this didn't seem to have made the connection of you need the pump too. So that's actually in all right condition. That's fine.
Cool. I'm going to presume that actually it might need more than one person to run that hose, because those sorts of hoses tend to be quite heavy. So I'm going to make a note of where everything is, effectively spec out what needs to be done. So we're going to need a couple of people to run the hose and then one person on the pump, etc. I'm going to go back to the boat and give that piece of paper to the captain and say, this is what we need to do. If you've got people that can do that, great. Otherwise, I think Pernicus, and I very specifically say Pernicus, and I will probably need to do that.
It's unfortunate that he's out of earshot.
Yeah, it's a bit like when your parents only use your full name when they're being serious.
That could be the thing. We'll only use his proper name when he's not there.
Yeah, or when we really need him to do something. And then I go out in search of Perny and Hector.
Okay, so as you go out looking for those two, Petra and Franklin will basically make the run to the dock, to the little fuel dump, and get the hose hooked up to the Tribeca and its fuel intake. Under the watchful supervision of Ollie.
Absolutely.
The only
Kern and
Hector.
As you're looking through, obviously currently unaware of Seamus's plan, you are kind of like making your way through one of the buildings and find you kind of round a corner and find yourselves face to face with a person.
What do they look like?
So they currently have their back to you and are seemingly muttering something to themselves. They're quite sort of like ragged looking. Like they're wearing sort of like rough scraps of clothing and don't seem to be carrying like anything like of value or any gear or anything like that. And they're sort of like hunched over, drawing something on the ground using just a piece of broken wood.
It's a survivor. I will. I'll lean out and actually just say hello.
Okay. The figure stops what they're doing, stands up and turns to face you, and you can see that although they largely look human, their eyes are a deep shark-like black, and it looks like this is like a an adult man. I don't know why I struggle with that word so much. But again, with this sort of like extremely ragged countenance, and these sort of unnatural, inhumanly dark eyes, who sort of looks at you curiously for a minute and says, "Are you the ones who have what I want?"
That depends on what you want. We might be able to help you.
And that is Hector when your Open the Echo Eye triggers again. And you don't even need to roll for it or anything. I will just tell you right now that is from this man, who seems to look at you like with a look of alarm before he says, "You're one of the lost. You are one of the ignorant, the blind." Oh dear. Speaking of lost. And he sort of takes a step towards you and says, "You come on the boat, yes?
We did, yes.
You have what I want then, yes?
Do you need a boat?
I need the seed. Will you give it to me?"
I will look at Pernicus and say, did we bring seeds?
The shard seed.
Oh. I don't think we can give you that.
I need it.
I need to get paid for this job.
The figure takes another step forward and and sort of says again, "I need it."
Pernicus, I don't think this man's going to be very friendly for very much longer. You might want to heft that hammer. And I will draw one of my knives.
Yeah, I'll take my sledgehammer and put it in front of me and like hold it back, like cock it back.
You're going to want to maybe stop approaching then, because I don't think we're going to come to any kind of an agreement here. And I'd hate to have to hurt you with Pernicus.
It sort of stops for a moment and he seems kind of thoughtful before he says, "My god is out in the glowing wastes choking on dust. I cannot wait. I won't wait." And he throws back his head and lets out this horrible, horrible howl. And once again, Hector, you can feel the sound of feel the sensation of another song being used, and the howl is then answered in turn. And as movement from the rooftops and the settlement sort of behind him explodes, and a pack of brood spawn erupts from the area around him.
Alrighty. That's not encouraging. What do you think, Pernicus? Stand and fight? Flee?
I say we take off because we're gonna get overwhelmed.
Fleeing it is. We're both gonna turn tail and run.
All right, can you roll body athletics to see how quickly you can hotfoot it?
I feel like this is an area where Pernicus is going to leave me behind.
I hope.
Hey! Rude!
Oh, that's not all that great.
Don't say that.
I was going to say, if you aren't fancying your chances, you can spend focus to add extra dice to your dice pool as you roll.
I'm holding that in reserve for the moment. I did get one success.
Okay.
I got 2.
Oh, fair enough. All right. So you do have a bit of a head start as the pack closes on you, and you burst into the the dock area where Seamus is just coming to meet you. Yeah, you.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you just sort of like see these two rush past you, and then just this swarm of brood following hot on their tail, and yeah,
I better run as well, huh?
yeah, just from context clues, that seems like the right thing to do.
Are we still out of view from Ollie and his love?
Well, I ain't running very quickly, by the way, because I got no successes.
Oh,
Ooh, there. So, you just come into view of the sort of dock area where Ollie is overseeing things.
I tell her that.
And
I forgot to roll my fates die, and I've just exploded twice. I got 2 successes
oh, nice.
on 1 die.
Okay, I see how it is.
Convenient.
Behind this guy.
That was my 1 good die roll. It's not going to happen again.
And yeah, you make it just in time. So Seamus and Pernicus are a little bit ahead. Hector, you are a little bit further behind, and you just make it in as Ollie. You see the pursuing brood. So we're going to go to initiative. The way that this will work is you all need to make a cunning perception roll, and I'm sorry, Jason. And
I feel like I designed my character wrong.
whoever gets the most successes goes first, and then in descending order.
I got 3 successes.
Dos.
So it's
3 also.
and I'm just going to open up a little notebook doc to write them all down.
Boy, I tell you, the next time I do character creation, this is going to go differently.
All right,
A
so
really cunning character that's not very good at anything else.
so it was. Sorry, was it 3 successes for Pern
Yes.
And for Seamus.
and for Seamus,
2 for Ollie.
2 for Ollie,
And 1 for Hector.
1, and how do the brood spawn do?
Hopefully not very good.
We shall see. Oh, they also got a 1. So yeah, they are. What's what's Hector's like base cunning attribute?
It's actually, my cunning is not bad, if I'm not mistaken. My cunning is 5.
Okay, so they got 1, but you got a higher cunning, so you will get to act before the brood do.
I am happy about that. All right, so which one of you two is going to go first then? Huh?
We can either do it by who has the highest cunning, or just whoever wants to go first.
I don't care. Seamus, do you want to go?
I think it's time to feel the pern, to be honest with you.
All right. Are we
Apparently
all
a
on the boat at this point, or are we running towards the boat?
So you've just broken into the little sort of open dock area, and just to give a sort of quick sense of the geography, you've got Petra and Franklin near the boat, who are currently pumping as much fuel in as they can.
Okay.
Ollie obviously on the boat on the machine gun, and then a sort of, I guess, like a V formation with you and Seamus ahead of Hector with Brood behind you.
Okay. I'm going to yell to Ollie, light him up, and I'm going to also yell to the folks that are pumping the gas into the boat to pump it as fast as I can, but I'm gonna, but also like try to like, what do I want? I want them to not use the gas for the boat. I want them to put it down onto the ground. I want to convince them to like, that's the least of our concerns right now is to fuel the boat. We need to burn these suckers alive.
Petra yells back, "We'll be dead in the water if we don't get the boat fueled up at least a little." And she kind of draws her revolver and just looses a shot, and it's just like, just buy us a little time, okay?
All right. So I
Sure,
will.
let's go to the time store and do that.
All right. So yeah, I'll turn around and I'll take my sledgehammer and just is there one that's pretty close to me that I can just kind of just?
No, that's me.
There is
Difference, right?
there is one that is just on Hector's tail as he's closing that you can indeed take a swing at.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to just I'll stop and I'll wait till Hector can catch up, and then I'll take a swing at the one that's gaining ground on Hector.
All right, so that is going to be prowess and melee to take a swing, and the way that Sins works is because you have taken a direct action against the brood spawn, it is now gonna immediately take its turn as a kind of reaction. So it is going to attempt to attack you as you attack it. So this is going to be like an opposed roll. It's also going to be rolling. It's going to be rolling prowess melee because melee is used for like natural weapons. In this case, big old claws. And whoever gets the most successes on this opposed roll wins.
Okay. I had three successes.
Okay, so it unfortunately got 4 successes. So it is going to lunge forward as you take a swing and lash out at you. Is going to deal a total of 8 damage to you.
Okay.
So, do you have any resistance or anything? First off,
trying to see here. I don't see.
It should be just underneath your health, bottom right.
Resilience.
Resilience. That's it. Sorry.
Yeah, I have 1.
Okay, so that damage is going to get bumped down to 7.
Okay.
And essentially, the way that damage works is with your thresholds, again in that bottom right corner, and you've got the different wound types. If you take enough damage over each threshold, it gives you one of those wound types for each.
Okay.
So, what are the thresholds like for your injured threshold, mauled?
I have injured is 4, mauled is 7, critical is 13, and deadly is 19.
Okay, so it's gonna match your mauled threshold in that case. So you tick off a box for taking an injured wound and a mauled wound.
Sure. Okay.
It's kind of like a ladder, I guess.
I like it.
But then that's its turn, and we then go to Seamus.
So Seamus is going to shout, "Ollie!" And whilst doing that, he's going to ready. He's actually got a flamethrower, which is on his back.
Yes.
So he's going to basically retrieve that, flick the switch to make sure that it's ignited, and ready for however many he can get in range without hitting Hector and Penny.
Nice.
Caveat, that's impressive.
Probably
So,
increases the difficulty. You need to roll 19 dice. You've only got
you
4.
don't have to.
Dice.
You don't have to roll that many. Don't worry. So it will be prowess and marksmanship to take a sweep with your flamer, and the brood spawn that you're going for are again going to be opposed, but you've got the advantage of having a ranged weapon when they only have claws. So
Okay. Yeah, that's 2 successes.
nice. Right. So they only got 2 successes as well, but again, because of the ranged advantage, that means that you hit. So you set up a sweeping wall of flame at the advancing pack. And what's the damage of your flamer?
7.
7. Nice. All right. So they're each gonna. So the rest of them are each gonna be take a mauled wound and an injured wound from your fire, and one of them is also set ablaze, which is not a great thing to be.
You're not here.
And yeah, I'm going to say, seeing as you did just turn and pull the trigger, you can take another action if you'd like.
Would that have to be a movement action, or
You wouldn't be able to attack again, but you could do anything else, like move or any other actions you want to take.
okay? I will take a step or a few steps back towards the boat, so ready to board the boat or get as close to the boat as I can. But I'm not going to leave these guys behind.
All right, so with Seamus approaching the boat, but not yet aboard it, it is Ollie's turn.
Yay, Ollie! Sorry for the technical difficulties there.
No worries.
So yeah, I am just gonna cut loose and yeah.
This is where Hector dies.
Yeah, he didn't actually define where he was shooting, to be fair.
Exactly. I just see this horde of.
He'll hit the fuel
things
depot,
and-
light that on fire. He'll blow me away.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
But the gun will work.
Famous last words.
All right, prowess marksmanship. Let her rip.
All right. Exploding 6. All right, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
So the brood are again going to take another action, because you can always take an action whenever someone acts against you, but because they've already acted once, they're going to be at the disadvantage. And they're on fire. And they're at a distance, and they only have claws. So okay, those are a lot of 6s, actually.
Oh,
Okay, so what I'll say is that they rolled really, really well. So most of them are stopped by the combination of a wall of burning death and a wall of hot lead. However, one of them is going to break through the fire and is going to, on its turn, start leaping towards Petra and Franklin, making a beeline for what seems like the easiest prey. And with that, it is then Hector's turn.
Well, in the interest of self-preservation, I am just going to I'm just going to keep fleeing forward to try and get out of the line of fire from flamethrowers and bullets, and I'm going to try and put myself directly behind Pernicus, but about like out of his swing range though, so he doesn't accidentally beat me to death with his backswing or something. So basically, I'm trying to use him as cover, for lack of a better word. So if I'm not directly in melee with anything, I'm just gonna scoot around behind him, and I'll just be like completely defensive, both knives out, just trying not to get mangled.
Fair enough. So you're just getting ready for
I'm
that
just
to come to you.
100% ready to defend myself, and I'm not interested in attacking anything right now.
Okay, cool. With Hector's turn done, we go back to the top of the initiative order, and it is once again Pan.
Am I still engaged with this brood that is in front of me?
Yeah, you are. See, Seamus and Ollie obviously weren't targeting around there, so that one's still on top of you.
All right, so I'm just going to try to take another swing at it with my sledgehammer.
Cool. It's going to be slicing with his claws.
I got 4 successes.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it got 1, so I'm going to say that one goes to you.
Okay. So I've got a sledgehammer. How does that? It says 3, and it hits on a 4+.
What's the damage of your sledgehammer?
6.
6. So you're going to deal 6 damage to it.
Right. Okay.
Which again is going to give it another mauled wound. Yeah, it's not looking great at this point. It's like this impact is enough. You hear several ribs crack as you take a swing at it, and it's sort of like it's still like up and moving, but it's distinctly got like a kind of winded, injured look to it at this point.
So at this point, I just with my second action, I just want to like take another hand and shove Hector and tell him to run.
Okay,
Get out of here.
Hector, you are shoved.
Happily take the momentum.
So you start running towards the boat, and we'll get back to you on your turn.
Okay.
And it is Seamus. You've managed to set up this wall of flame and stop the pack in its tracks. But there is the one still there, making a beeline straight for Petra and Franklin.
Yep, I'm going to. The way things are, I'm concerned about just setting them alight, and then them running at this fuel line. Would I have time to switch weapons? How does
Yes.
that work? Okay. I'm going to switch for a shotgun then,
Okay, cool.
and try and take out whoever's running at them. Or at
All
least
right.
kind of draw
So
it.
again, prowess marksmanship.
Cool. Well, this is going to be interesting. I've 3 6s here.
Whoa.
Ooh.
5.
Nice.
Just reroll these. Oh man, and none of them were any good. Okay, so I've got 4 successes.
I mean, 4 will do you nicely.
I would love to have 4 in anything.
We're rolling the official Sin die factor. Jason.
Yeah, no, we wait them specially just for the players. So yeah, 4 successes will clip it square in the back. What is the damage of your shotgun?
7.
All right, cool. So yeah, that'll be 7 damage on the other one. So again, it's gonna pick some more wounds. Gonna quickly note down a new little health track for that one, so I don't get them mixed up. And have Perm fighting a healthier brood and you shooting a weaker one or something like that. But that is more than enough to. It's not dead, but it's more than enough to completely throw it off track. And it is then Ollie once again. The burst of fire from Seamus's flamethrower have warded the pack off, but the flames are already beginning to gutter a little low. What do you do?
Is Pernicus still engaged with one, or did he manage to?
He's it's still there, sort of in his face, but it's not like grappling like it was just before.
Okay.
It hasn't yeah.
I'll specifically target that one so Pernicus can hopefully get away.
Okay, cool. So yeah, it'll be prowess marksmanship once again. It is going to use its reaction, I think, to try and avoid the bullets, but at a disadvantage because it is injured and has already acted.
Where did you go? Oh wow! So another trick. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, it's dead. It got 2 successes, and then it just loses one because it's hurt and has already acted. So you just fucking aced it. Pun, this thing, you knock it away with the swing of your hammer, and then it's just sort of just evaporates.
Nice.
However, the break in fire will let the brood sort of rally a little bit, and the rest of the pack won't be far behind as we now go to Hector's turn.
I am going to scramble onto the boat. What else can I do here? Trying to think of. Yeah, I'm just gonna scramble onto the boat, I guess, and take cover.
Okay.
I'm a lover, not a fighter, in this instance, anyway.
Why can't you be both?
Well,
Take after Ollie.
Yeah. Well, I don't have a machine gun, so yeah, I'm just gonna hunker down on the boat, and I'll be prepared to help them if they should need anything getting onto the boat or whatever, offering hands and ways for people to get up and stuff like that.
Okay, cool. So you scramble aboard, and it is then the brood pack's turn. So the one that Seamus shot has already acted. However, the others that were being held back by the machine gun fire start rushing forwards. Most of them are now pretty injured, but it looks like they are going to try and mob you, Pern, see if they can drag you down with just sheer numbers. So 3 of them converge on you. You get to react to each of their actions. Because you have already acted at this turn, you're going to be at a disadvantage. But what do you want to do in response?
So they're trying to just leap on top of me.
Basically, yeah, they are just going to try and just pile on you.
I'm going to just try to fend them off as much as I can. Just try to swing at them wildly and just kind of try to somehow hit them and keep them away from me.
Okay, fair enough. So the first one is gonna leap at you, claws raised, and is gonna be rolling prowess melee. And if you're taking big old swings, you can also do prowess melee in response.
That's 4 successes for me.
All right, cool. So Unfortunately, because you have already acted, you do take a success penalty. So you're going to lose one success, but it only got 3 successes as well. So you managed to force a draw, and what was I going to say? Your hammer has impact, doesn't it? It should say on like your equipment, it's got the qualities. How much impact does it say it has again?
Direct hit impact +1. I can spend 1 to 3 focus before making an attack to increase its damage by that amount.
Okay. So if you've got 1 impact, so basically because the hammer is so heavy, it gets something called impact, which deals, I think it would be 2 damage if it's got the 1 extra. Even though you didn't hit it, just by being so heavy and swinging, just so much momentum. However, the second is hot on the heels of its fellow brood spawn, and is once again going to try and, as you're going into the first swing, is going to try and duck under and wrap its clawed hands around your waist and bring you down to the ground.
Sure.
So again, it's going to be, do you want to fight back, or do you want to take another action as a response?
I want to fight back.
Fair enough. So yeah, it'll be again prowess melee. Ooh. It got 5 successes.
I actually got 6 this time.
Oh, look at you go!
I got like 3 6s on the first roll, which was crazy.
Hammer time!
Damn. Okay. So you is that including the multiple action penalty, or is that?
That was with the multiple penalties. I rolled 3 6s. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. So it tries to wrap its hand around your waist. You see it coming and just smack down on the backswing, and it's I'm going to say with 6 successes, that is enough to just pretty much just crack its spine clean in two as it just falls onto the floor. And the third and final brood spawn, it's going to take its chances. Again, what are your reactions? What's your response?
I'm going to try to run at this point.
Fair enough. So, yeah, I'm going to say instead of brass melee, it'll be body athletics to try and reach, escape out of its reach as it takes a claw, swings at you with a clawed hand.
He seems to be rolling a lot more dice than you.
What's that?
Just the amount of noise coming from his side is a lot more impressive than the clink clink from your side.
I was going to say, are you not using dice towers? Because it sounds like some of you are, and I'm not.
I'm using a dice tower, but it's got felt in it, so it doesn't.
Ooh.
Yeah. I got two successes that roll.
Okay. It also got 2 successes. So yeah, you actually managed to get through that a lot better than I initially anticipated. So well done. You managed to break for the boat as it claws at empty air. So that is the brood turn, and initiative goes back to the top, and it is Pern, straight over to you.
Okay, so who's on the boat? Hector and Ollie?
I'm on the
Hector
boat.
and Ollie are on the boat. Franklin and Petra have now given up on pumping fuel and are also hustling towards the Tribeca. And you can see Milo is at the helm, basically ready to gun it as soon as you're all aboard.
Milo?
Yeah, I mean, he just needs the priest, Anders.
Okay, cool. I didn't think he would be driving the boat.
I mean, to be fair, it's pretty much just put the
forward. Yeah,
put the thing forward, turn the wheel
Not
away.
Exactly massive amounts of skill involved in floor it.
Yeah.
So as I'm running towards the boat and trying to, as I'm about to get on it, can I take the hose that they're using to pump and just fling it in the direction so that the petrol goes like all over like the
All over the
ground, like in
Zoolander?
front of us. What's that?
Like Zoolander?
Zoolander?
They're
I
all
don't
dancing
know.
at the gas pumps. And
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Sexy petrol flight.
We need some orange mocha choco frappuccinos as well.
So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna so that way hopefully it gets the ground and gets everything. Because I hopefully Ollie understands what I'm trying to do here.
Yeah, you don't need to roll or anything for that. You just spray petroleum out. I guess it would be diesel actually, but you spray the diesel fuel out just
Gee,
all
I'm
in
glad
a
I
big
switched weapons.
all in a big rainbow puddle just on the floor, and can scramble aboard.
Okay.
And you said the boat's backing out?
It's getting ready to back out once Seamus is aboard.
Okay.
Speaking of it, Seamus is done.
So have Matt Boy and Captain got back on yet?
Yeah, they were. Blah, blah, blah. They have managed to rush aboard as well.
Okay, cool. In which case, yeah, I will effectively back up onto the boat. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I need to do. Probably not. Yeah, fine.
Okay. Yeah, you back up onto the boat, and Franklin pulls up the little gangplank that was laying you on. As Milo guns the engine and starts to steer you out of the dock.
How's that?
So, Ollie, here's your moment.
As we're backing out, "Love Gun" by Kiss blares in the background, and I just lay into the petrol stations and.
All right, yeah, so like your first bullet hits the trail of fuel that was leading from the hose that Pan had sprayed everywhere, and from there it is a Rube Goldberg machine of fire.
Yeah.
As the trail of fuel catches, then the hose catches, then the rest of the fuel dump catches, and there are just this just massive mushroom cloud of fire balloons up from the dock. Like the rest of the pack that was closing in is scattered. You actually see like just a brood hurtle good 50 meters up into the air and just splash down in the water next to the boat as you pull away from the now torched outpost of Scuttle Island.
Can
The
we
best
like
part of this is we're on a barge, so it's not like we're like motorboating down the river. We're just like
Yeah, you're just like
it's like basically our slow walk away from the thing.
Yeah, cool
like
guys.
a Michael Bay.
Yeah.
That's it.
Cool guys sail away from explosions.
Yeah, the shots coming out of the machine gun are like, doof.
Super slow mo.
all right. So yeah, you managed to make your escape from Scuttle Island with just enough fuel you hope to get to your destination. And I'm just thinking that seems like a good point just to grab a quick glass of drink because I'm real thirsty from talking. 1 sec.
All right, I will also be.
I'm going to do the same.
Wow.
Josh, you were part of the series that we did for Dead City.
Yes.
That was a lot of fun. It's
Yeah. It was a lot of a very depressing horror element. Not depressing as an emotional, but just like it kept the pressure on. And it was like, oh crap, what do we do now? Oh no, now we're cornered. We got stuck in a building, and like there's this panic that was building up, I think, in all of us that were playing. And it's like, what do we do now?
the Dead City adventure actually takes place as the world is starting to collapse, and you don't actually play as Nemissaries. You play as human beings, and you're dealing with all the fallout of what's going on. And so it definitely has a different feel than this session. Both sessions are a lot of fun, but like you definitely feel a lot more, like you said, you feel a lot helpless. You know, you're a lot more helpless when you're playing Dead City.
That when we got trapped in the bar,
yeah,
that was like, there's no way out. We wanted to go, you know, we couldn't go through the front because there was a freaking police car that crashed through the front. And, you know, the dead cops were coming back to life. You know, Jason's over here like, F this, F that. And we couldn't, we like went in the back, the back, you know, there was no escape. There was, we were like,
that scene well.
there was so much panic going on. And then with the things climbing in over the cop car to get inside, we're like, okay, everyone just keep backing up. Just keep backing up. And
your description of them coming in through that window was so terrifying that it never even occurred to me.
Yeah,
it was try and get at anything like that.
There was so much pressure and tension that was built up in that series that just like it kept us kind of on edge. I know I was on the edge of my seat. Like,
well, how many times did you give us opportunities to try and save people? And I was like, no, we're not saving people.
Yes.
And the other thing that I really appreciate about Dead City is like you can play it a few times, like for multiple groups, and have it be, you know, you're going to get the same end result, but like the weaving to that result is going to be totally different, more than likely, because there's so many different ways that you can play it. And I'm going to tell folks that if you're interested at all at this, and you're still not sure if you want to get the main book, which you should, definitely pick up Dead City, because it is a great adventure, and it gives you a great way to experience sins with and I love how it's kind of like this starter adventure, but yet you can use it to kind of springboard into your actual your like full on sins campaign if you wanted to.
I would like to actually run that, or have that run as like the session 0.
Yeah.
And like have your character at the end of that, you know, have your character pass and then be brought back as an emissary after that.
Sure.
That would be a really cool intro.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, that's sort of the intent with Dead City, is to sort of set up, like, introduce people to the world and like the dice engine without having to get into the complexity of like your powers and Arietta.
I was super confused actually when Doug gave me my pre-gen. I'm reading through the character and I'm like, okay, he's a bartender. He's kind of a ladies' man. But I'm like, I don't have any songs. What's going on? I'm like, wait, I'm a normal person. I was like, what's going on?
I'm one of these crappy humans.
I'm just Joe Average Dude.
So I got Dead City. I bought that like 2.5 years ago, I guess, and then didn't run it, didn't play it, and then 1.5 years ago, I was talking to Doug, and he'd said that there was one Void Glass issue left of the core rulebook. This is at UK Games Expo, and so I remember running back to talk to Sam, pick it up, and it's been on my shelf for I guess a year and a half, realistically.
I'm picking up
it
the
was
core
the last
book
UK Games Expo
to the Kickstarter for when the Pledge Manager goes.
Yeah. So I've been meaning to play it for ages. It's great so far. Thank you, Ben.
Doug showed it to me actually when he first wanted me to play it, and I was just like, he's letting me read his copy, and I'm like, nope, I'm buying this. Like 2 minutes later, I bought it, and I was just like, that's okay, I'm reading my copy.
I daren't even open this.
It is very pretty. We were hoping to actually get that done in the there's that like Black 2.0 paint, which is like, we were hoping to get that done in that, or possibly do that in a future thing, but it wasn't very practical. Turns out you can't like reasonably print something that you also need qualified chemists to use.
And it's fine. Print it unreasonably. It's not a problem.
Yeah, we still buy it.
Costs $1,000. You'll get it anyway.
Get your chemistry degree. You can have the book.
All right. So, shall we continue?
Yes, let's go to it.
All right. So, with the burning outpost in your wake, you pull away down the river, sort of taking a moment to catch your breath. Pun, the injury that you took, as you are a Nemissary, begins to regenerate. The claw marks from the brood spawn are beginning to already cut and stitch themselves closed. So you can tick off your injured wound. Your mauled one will take a little bit longer to heal, but the worst of it is gone. And you just have a couple of minutes of quiet as Petra takes the helm once more, I'm going
to approach Pernicus for a moment, actually, while he's regenerating or whatever.
Meditating.
Sure he is. Of course he is. When isn't he? Probably doing that while he's fighting things. So, Pernicus, you did very well back there. I'm really impressed. I honestly didn't think that you would acquit yourself that well, but I am duly impressed.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Have a nice day. And I'll walk away.
That's I'm gonna as he walks away, I'm just gonna like look at him and shake my head, and
imagining his hammer squishing me.
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna do.
I imagine Ollie just kind of like settles down underneath the machine gun, leans it back up against it in this very satisfied way. You know, if he had a cigarette right now, he would. He is definitely feeling content. He's got this big smirk on his face, like, yeah, that was great.
Nice one.
I'm going to find Hector and just ask, what on earth happened there?
Well, we were just searching through the village, looking for anything of value, see if we could figure out what had happened, and we came upon one of the brood spawn, had his back to us. We interrupted whatever he was doing. He began to gibber about needing the shard, so they know that we have this shard, which is a little bit concerning. So I think we can expect to be harassed for the remainder of our trip, if not right now. So probably best to be on our toes, feet, eyes open kind of thing.
Well, it's a good thing we have such a fast boat, right? So
yeah, it's a good thing. Yeah. We should have maybe, instead of stealing lights, we should have stolen additional motors.
Yeah.
So from behind you, as you're saying that, you hear Milo say, "That wasn't just a brood spawn." You said you said it spoke to you.
It did, yes.
Have you ever heard of a herald before?
No.
That's what happens when one of your kind, when a Nemissary goes bad. They sometimes. So you dragged yourselves out of the brood song, out of their hivemind, but sometimes a Nemissary will want to go back for whatever reason, for the quiet, for that sense of wholeness, for that belonging, any reason really. And
well, not really understandable, but I get it.
Well, that what you get from the end result is a harbinger, all the might of an emissary, but utterly loyal to the brood, a leader of them almost.
Did we manage? I really didn't see much of the combat, being as my back was to it most of the time. Did we actually manage to take that thing out, or did it survive?
None of you noticed it in the pursuers. The ones that were chasing you seemed to be more just normal, quote unquote, brood spawn.
All right.
But the harbinger you didn't see in the general scrum.
All right. So that's still out there. That's not frightening at all.
So when
How do they
Milo
know-
was talking about the Herald, I'm going to take a moment and just kind of sit there and kind of think about things for a moment, because that seemed to explain some things to me. Like that kind of hit home a little bit for me.
Which part?
Fair enough.
Wait, no, we don't. But technically, he's doing this internally. So
Yeah.
I have questions.
No, like poor Pern can't even get a break from Hector in his own head.
Yeah. Let me just crawl in there with you.
I mean, yeah. So what sort of stuff is Pernicus mulling over?
He's mulling over the fact that that you mentioned that it was a Nemissary that gave itself to the brood song, and it gave him peace, and like he just kind of makes him wonder if the peace that he's looking for is going to be good for him, or if it's something that is actually something that he shouldn't give himself into.
Fair enough. As you're kind of wondering over this again, as you're sort of thinking over this again, that presence that you'd sort of sensed earlier, where that had sort of tried to compel you to grab the shard seed, it doesn't seem to, like, from before it seemed to almost like be attempting a hijack. This is more just a general sensation that just sort of growls out softly in a sort of, it's like an internal monologue voice that sounds disconcertingly similar to your own, that just says no peace, and full silence once again.
I hate that we don't know any of this.
It's great though.
I'm gonna shake my head and try to distract myself with something else, because I didn't
Be
like
angry
that.
at me. It's okay. That's how I can help him. I'll just pester him even more.
Just give him a tickle. It'll be fine.
No, not while he's got that hammer.
He'll need it to get up, remember?
Yeah, I'll start wiping down my hammer, because I'm sure it has all sorts of stuff on it now.
Probably a lot.
Yeah, it's got all sorts of like bits of broken bone, brood ichor on it. It's pretty gross.
I'll take a rag out of my back pocket and start to wipe it down, to distract myself from the fact that I could hear that internal monologue.
I'd like to go over to Milo actually, and just ask about what they could do with the shard seed. Why is it so important to them?
I honestly don't know for certain. The shard seed itself, it's got great potential. They could use it to, I don't know, make something of their own, maybe destroy other shards. I really can't say. I don't know. I don't know what goes on in the heads of a herald, and I don't really want to know. But whatever it is, it can't be good.
Having seen how much they were swarming, it gets me to start thinking about what we could do next time we're in that position. Does anyone in the party have like grenades and stuff like that? I think I heard someone did.
I do.
So I'd like
Of course I
use,
do.
I'd like to use my Arietas to effectively try and take one of those grenades or a couple of those grenades and make them more like fragmentation grenades, using enduring bone and that sort of thing to make bone shards to wrap around it.
Yeah. So Before you do that, why could you roll reason and knowledge for me?
Absolutely. That is 7 successes.
Wow. Okay. So
He's great at bomb making.
Made a nuclear
Yeah,
grenade.
so you're sort of looking at one of Ollie's grenades, and you sort of have a couple of ideas. So the most effective weapons against brood spawn are weapons that are either incendiary, like your flamethrower, or weapons that can impale them. Because essentially what makes brood so dangerous is that they, like you, can regenerate themselves if they get injured. But obviously if they have a weapon stuck right through them, they can't heal around it, and if they're burned, the burned flesh can't heal either. So you, like, with that in mind, you're able to, like, you're going to be able to modify the grenades a bit so that they'll not just send out shrapnel flying really fast, but it will sort of like you managed to work like barbs and stuff in that will really embed, so that they can't just like take the hit and then slowly fix themselves. They're going to have to stop and actually like pick it out if they actually want to heal from it.
Cool. Do I need to do anything with? I mean, can I do that from enduring bone or something like that to make it more awesome?
Yeah. So yeah, like in enduring bone, like essentially, if you want to make, so if you want to just pay like one anima, like when you're crafting something.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say that like if you do that, then the grenades are gonna have the impaling quality, so that they will hamper their regeneration.
Yep. I'm quite happy to do that and use bone growth to make sure that I have enough. So that means I can basically like expel the bone, sounds so wrong, from my own body, and then make it enduring to kind of transform the qualities of that. So I have bone that lasts a long time.
Nice.
Cool.
Something like that. Cool.
All right, yeah. So yeah, you make a really good fragmentation / barb grenade. That's a war crime, I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure you could go to like 7 different jails for that. Yeah.
Yeah, or at least.
The ethics brood spawn ethics committee are going to be up, really up.
I gotta say, for like a ravenous hivemind of undead, they are a litigious bunch.
I'm going to check really quickly on the fuel situation. Did we get enough?
So Franklin is down in the engineering department where the fuel tanks are as well. He's sort of doing a bit of a stock check. Basically, he says so long as we don't get too badly held up or have to take a detour or something, we can probably just about make it to the dam. If we don't get, provided we can keep a decent pace, but.
I'm just gonna check really quickly if I can smell any more alcohol on Franklin's breath.
I don't think he's had time.
He smells of petrol, but not alcohol.
All right, I was gonna question him as to what kind of detour he thought we might take on a river.
Tributaries and stuff. I don't know.
Anyway, as long as we have enough fuel, that's all I was worried about. I will resume my deck-borne duties of watching and keeping an eye out.
Cool. All right, so the boat is continuing along its way, and is as you're heading down the river, you do see every so often movement from a couple of brood spawn. Like, they seem to have abandoned all pretenses of stealth, but.
Flamethrowers and machine guns will do that to you.
Yeah, so Well, actually, to be fair, I feel like they'd almost incentivize you to do the opposite. But it, from the looks of things, you only ever see like one or a pair, like just sort of advanced scouts rather than the full pack.
Yeah. I was honestly halfway tempted to say we should abandon the boat and just let it keep going down the river, but then at the same time, well, Ollie wouldn't leave his gun. But at the same time too, I mean, they're gonna outpace us on the shoreline, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I abandoned that concept pretty quickly.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the boat's not quick, but at least it's defensible.
Yeah.
Whereas dry land, not so much.
We don't know how well the broods can swim, so we'll stay here for now.
Do the brood, do they act like a hive mind? So, like, if one knows something, then the rest of them know that thing?
Yes and no. Like when they're in close proximity,
Okay.
they kind of they don't share exact knowledge, but they share sort of like I guess a combined will would be the word. So like dealing with the scouts would mean that the rest of them wouldn't necessarily know what's going on because they need to get back and communicate.
Okay. So I will definitely focus my attention on those movements and things. And if I can get a clean shot, I will definitely take it.
Okay. Yeah, you get a couple of opportunities. So yeah, prowess marksmanship if you want to try and take a shot.
Yeah, I do.
Out of nowhere, we're all just casually looking around. Bada.
Does it mean he's not doing it in slow motion anymore? Aw.
Love gun plays, and you know what's coming. And oh my God! Okay, exploding. Okay, so that's 2, 3, 4.
All right. Yeah. You managed to cut down a couple of the scouts as they're shadowing you, and obviously the rest of the pack doesn't know where they've gone. So for the next few hours, you can manage to make your way down without any more movement. Cool. So I'm just going to do a quick check on how much ammo you've used up on your machine gun. So
Absolutely.
what is Ollie's marksmanship skill again? Is it 3?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, so you've been pretty trigger happy with this thing. So and it's got like, there's like the big boxes of ammunition for those machine guns. It's looking it's not quite halfway empty, but it's sort of like 5/8.
Okay.
5/8 left.
I think noticing this at this point, like I'm doing with the scouts, I will kind of take my shots a little bit more precisely than trigger happy as I did at the dogs. I was just so overwhelmed with excitement that I just kind of laid on the trigger a little bit. But now she's warmed up, she's hot, she's ready to roll. I can just gently touch that trigger and ding ding.
Josh, please.
Ollie is through the honeymoon period at this point.
What kind of disclaimer is Doug going to have to put on this? Is innuendo a disclaimer? I don't understand.
Hey, at least it's not live. Oh, wait.
I was going to say, yeah, like I feel like you get like the content warnings on the back of a DVD, like it is going to be innuendo, violence, comic mischief.
Yep.
Yep. So, yeah, you managed to take out the scouting parties as you're moving through the waterways, and as you're going, the the Tribeca is making its way through a couple of old, like a old ruined city. Once again, it's sort of like heavily overgrown at this point. Like you can see buildings, and there's a couple of the skyscrapers that are there that are like at this point pretty much just shells of buildings. And as you're approaching like a fork in the river, where it feeds into another body of water, it once again splits into one of the little islands, and the Tribeca suddenly slows to a halt as Petra calls the rest of you up to the bridge. And yeah, who is first to respond?
I guess I'll bounce up there real quick.
Yeah, I'll definitely head up there as well.
Cool.
I'll bring up the rear.
Yeah, I'll follow too.
All right, so Hector, you're first there, and as you get in, Petra hands you a pair of binoculars and just says, "Take a look downriver. We've got a problem."
I will do as instructed and take a look down the river.
All right,
I'll make him do a cunning roll again.
I'm holding
it's
them the
cool.
wrong way around.
You're fine. Yeah, it's like, why is it further away? So you can see in the island you're on is sorry, not that you're on, that you're approaching. Sort of has bridges going across it either side. However, both of those bridges, they're both railway bridges, have been collapsed, and you can see brood spawn just scuttling over the foundations that are now jutting up out of the water, along with the debris of the fallen bridge.
And I'm assuming that's basically blocking our progress forward then.
Yep.
All right. I will relay that information to everybody as I see it. Is there any chance that we could ram through this? Will the mass of the barge push it through? I'm asking the captain this, of course.
I mean, we might be able to. She's not fast, but she's got torque.
Yeah.
I mean, if we did it, my worry would be that we just get Brood jumping aboard and
Well, I mean,
cutting us open before we get through.
I'm wondering, like, is it better to stop now then and try to go around, or do we take the fight to them, or rather, do we take Pernicus to them?
We can. There's a couple of old waterways, city like canal systems, things like that we could potentially backtrack through. But if we do that, then we get back to our same old problem of fuel. I don't know if we'll have enough to last us. It'll be adding an extra couple of hours onto the journey at the very least. It's definitely safer in the short term, but unless we figure out another place to get petrol from, we'll be dead in the water.
I don't like that idea at all. I don't like the idea of being up a side channel and getting stuck up there. Just because we, at least on the river, we know we're going towards our destination. On land, I mean, I'm not a map guy. I could just as likely wander us back in the wrong direction as I could wander us forward. Anybody else good with maps?
Can we use those grenades to blow up the debris?
Oh, yeah. Would they have
And-
enough?
and
oomph?
Do they have enough oomph to kind of get rid of the brood and the debris?
That's a good question.
Or the gun itself.
I wonder, how many grenades do we have?
As far as I know, I only had the one.
Okay, so we have one shrapnel bone grenade. I don't think that's going to do it. Do we have anything else on board that's explosive?
But
Yes.
but the grenade, if we can figure out a way to use that at the right time, the grenade might allow us enough time to pass without having to deal with the brood jumping on the ship.
I slip away from the bridge for a second, and I come back, and I just take out this package from my satchel, if you like, my bag, and just throw it down on the table, and it's a kind of yellow brick about this size, and on the side it just says C4.
Oh,
Okay. Well, there's an idea.
Petra just kind of nods and is like, that'll be good.
Okay.
nice.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot I had it.
You forgot. You forgot that you had a massive pile of explosive. That's terrifying. Okay, so how do we deploy it then? Are you any good at deploying these things, Seamus?
He says, looking at his character sheet. I don't seem to have bomb deployment on my character
Demolitions.
Your physics speciality, one of the things it does actually explicitly cover in the book is demolition. So yeah, you're good.
Okay.
You know what to do with this.
All
sheet.
right.
I know what to do with this.
Excellent. That's what I wanted to hear. Now all we have to do is get you and your confidence out there into the debris.
All right. Well, I've got your back. I'll pick them off as they come.
Yeah, just don't get my back, okay?
This was my concern too, but he did quite well. I mean, nobody but us got shot anyway. Well, no, other way around.
How deep is the water?
So like fairly deep. It seems to be. Petra says it hits sort of like 7-8 meters at the very center of the channel.
I mean, here's my concern. I'm not a particularly strong swimmer, so I mean, it might be better. I've got a remote detonator, so what if I rig this and then Pernicus? I don't know if you're feeling up for a swim.
Sure.
You wouldn't be able to take your hammer.
Well, you could take your hammer.
I'm assuming that you couldn't take your hammer because it's heavy, right?
He could take his hammer. If he wants to take his hammer, we'll let him. But
then he's not really swimming.
As he's drowning and placing the ball.
He's a very strong swimmer.
It's just going to go right to the bottom. What about throwing it? Pernicus has got a pretty beefy arm on him.
I would be concerned that the detonator will become detached.
Oh.
If we do that.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't know anything about explosives, so I will defer to your good judgment.
You know, I do other things besides just hit things with a hammer.
You swim?
Sure.
Yeah. he like opens up his jacket and there's just like a whole load of swimming medallions in there.
Little pair of goggles.
Okay.
All right. Let's do this.
Can we I'm just trying to work out where's going to be the best place for me to rig this thing.
So you can borrow the binoculars to pick out the good spot, and I'm going to say it's a reason and perception to see if you can like figure out where it would be best to plant the charges.
Okay.
Here's where you need that 7 success thing.
How many, Phil?
Sorry, 4 successes.
Oh.
Okay. So you're having a look. You're having a look around, and there's a spot on the northern side of the fork that looks like there's like a sort of there's some debris there, but it's it doesn't seem to have like fallen fully into the river like much of the rest of it has, and is sort of still kind of like part attached on the pillar. And you figure out that if you get the other side of the pillar to explode, it will probably collapse the other way and open up a channel for the boat to go through.
Okay. Are there lots of brood spawn around that area?
Like they seem to have spread themselves fairly evenly across the length of the bridge.
Okay. I'm wondering if I should make it a fragmentation explosion again or not.
Yes, but what I will say is with your 7 successes from earlier, I feel like that is just a good benchmark of Seamus knowing about explosives. If you make it more fragmentation-y, it would probably be less effective at clearing the way.
Okay, yeah, good chat. Cool. Okay, so I relay that plan to the group. Then I turn to the captain and I just say, "Hey, Captain Jacobson, I'm going to need to work on assembling this charge. Where do you want me to work?"
I mean, provided you don't blow a hole in the ship, just anywhere away from the petrol tanks. Front deck is probably the best spot.
Okay. And
Cool.
I take the equipment outside and start working on it.
All right. So as Seamus is getting things ready, are the rest of you doing anything to prepare?
I'm stretching for my swim. Just gonna.
I am going to see if I can find.
Some armbands for Pernicus? I don't know what you call them.
As you're doing that, Pern, as you're stretching, Franklin kind of comes by and just passes you one of those little rubber swimming hair caps.
Yes.
Nice.
I'm going to see if I can find a flotation
lifesaver?
device and a rope so that I can help reel him back in, because I have absolutely nothing to contribute to this action other than rah.
If we equip Pernicus with the lifesaver, then
Yeah.
he will definitely be able to take his hammer with him.
Yeah.
True.
And then we
Like
can pull it back when it's
You imagine me with my 2 points in strength trying to reel in hammer and giant man. That'll be hilarious.
yeah, there is one of those little life buoys, and it's a boat, so there is loads of rope.
I figured
So you can set that one up.
I'll just have that all ready to go.
Cool. The apocalyptic warboat is OSHA compliant, is Ollie doing anything to get prepared?
Ollie is making sure that Susanna is all lubed up and that she's ready to go. And I'm kind of beating the location where Seamus is and watching the brood as they kind of are up there and trying to decide or really keep an eye on as Pernicus will get closer, which ones I should take out first. Are they going to run down? Are they jumping down? So I'm just my mind is trying to get a battle plan in place ahead of time.
Cool. I'm gonna say roll cunning logic to see if you can try and figure out in advance their how they might respond.
All right. Logic. Okay. Cunning. Fate. Okay. Come on. That's an exploding. So that is going to give me 2 successes.
Okay. You manage to you figure out, because they're sort of spread evenly along the bridges, what you could do, if you sort of focus on the spot just off to the side of where Pan is going to plant the explosive, if they come running, you should be able to cut off the majority of them.
Okay.
And probably keep them suppressed, even if you can't, even if you're not really sure how to then deal with the ones on the other side of where the explosive is going to be.
Right. Okay. That sounds good. So yeah, I've got a plan. I'm ready to go. Susanna's ready to go.
All right, Burns, down to you.
All right, so
You need to do all of this in slow motion, by the way.
Everyone else is at regular speed. Like they're just sort of like checking the time.
And comes out from his room in his red Speedos.
Got his Michael Phelps on.
that's right. That's right. So yeah, so is Seamus all done with the explosive? Is that all wired up and everything?
It's all wired
Yep.
up. It's in a carrier bag. Keep
Okay.
it dry.
Can you give me the rundown on how it works and what I'm supposed to do? Because I'm not naturally known to.
Just plants it and swims back. Was I
Yeah,
supposed to
so-
do something else?
This thing here.
Yes.
You put it at the kind of in the top of. Look here are the binoculars. You see where you've got the white container, that large white container.
Yes.
Just on the top there. What you want to do is just put this thing next to the white container, and then
Okay.
leave.
Do I have to do anything? Do I have to like push a button or like set any? What?
He looks up, I look up at Ollie, and then I look back at you and go, "Yeah, you might have a point. Okay, let's not send it live just in case Ollie gets a little bit overeager."
That could happen.
Okay. And just give me a second, and I take it out from the bag again, and I find a literal like a toggle switch, and I fit that on, and I give it back to you and say, "Okay, flip this toggle switch so that it's on the on position.
Okay.
Then you're good to go,
Okay.
or good to
All right.
come back." Try and be as unobvious as you can.
Oh, I'm super unobvious.
Yeah, I
I'm
know you're
so-
great at stealth. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm yeah, don't worry about it. I got it.
Okay. Take care, and don't drop it.
So I will at this point I guess I will dive into the water and swim towards where I'm supposed to go.
Cool. All right. That is going to be. I'm going to say.
Athletics?
I feel like Pern's a strong swimmer, so you won't need to do that. What I'm actually going to say is, here's a roll combo I've never done before: body stealth to see if you can swim quietly, and like
Alright.
hold. So yeah, it'll be body stealth to hold your breath long enough to get in position.
So I have nothing in stealth.
I was going to say, he's not stealth, this man.
So in that case, if you've got nothing in stealth, I'd say now's a good time to use some of your focus.
Okay. Okay.
So the more focus you spend, the more dice you can add to your dice pool.
Focus on your mission.
Yeah, that's literally what it is.
So so I wanted to roll for sixes, is that what
Yeah.
I'm
So
looking
if you don't have any skills, if you don't have any like ranks in a skill, you get a success on a 6, but the 6s don't explode.
Okay. So yeah, I'm going to use 2 of my focus, so that'll give me 9 dice, and we'll see what comes up.
Odds be ever in your favor.
That's not a good one. That's not a good one. I got 1 success on the last roll.
Nice.
Okay. There are brood-spawn looking out for trouble.
Just gonna
Do
fish
they
him under the
notice
water. And be
you?
like, what's this guy?
That's a lot of dice.
Yeah.
It's really not. They're just noisy.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, he's got like a ice
I need to
cream
get a dice
background.
tower. I'm super jealous of all you and your quiet rolls now.
Oh, I'm just muting myself every time I do it. That's all.
That's a lot easier. You're making good progress, but as you're approaching the bridge, you're sort of getting to the the home stretch, and there is a shriek from the bridge, like the bridge up above you, as one of the brood notices you and yells out to alert its fellows.
This is where it goes pear-shaped.
Shouldn't have worn those budgie smugglers.
No
All
crap.
right,
They've noticed him.
What does Pern do?
They've noticed a
I
6 foot something, 250-pound man in the water. What?
In speedo.
so did I get to my destination, or am I still there? Or am I still on my way?
You're on your way. Like I said, you're sort of in the home stretch, so you're close.
I'm just
Shall I blow
paddling
it?
as
Shall I
fast
blow
as
it?
I can. I'm just like I'm trying to go even further. Like now at this point, I know that I'm seen, so I don't have to be like as unobvious as swimming. So I'm just trying to book it as fast as I can to where I'm supposed to go.
Okay, so now it's body athletics, and they're going to be what's the word? They're going to be rolling that as well to see if they can reach you before you get to the bridge.
All right. What is my ratings of 4? Ooh. I got 3 successes.
Sorry, I thought I'd do Phil's thing and mute myself while rolling dice, but I realised it doesn't work so well when I
I'll
got
stop doing it to make
tabs.
it feel less bad.
No, it's fine. So you with 3 successes, they also got 3 successes. So what I will say is you managed to get to the site where you need to plant the explosive, but as you do so, they are also just reaching that point. They're also just about to be able to. You're there, and they're pretty much on top of you. Ollie, Seamus, Hector, are you doing anything?
I'm starting to squeeze off rounds.
Okay, cool. So it'll be proud marksmanship against just. I'm just going to say the pack as an entity to try and suppress them.
Okay, that sounds good to me. All right. Ooh, 3 exploding. Sweet.
Ooh.
So that's
I have not had one thing explode.
4, 5.
We're
So
working
5
on it.
total.
There was that dock. So 5 in total. That's pretty damn good. Yeah, that is enough to keep. As you figured earlier, like all the reinforcements from the other bridge that begin to pour forwards, you are able to sort of keep them off, but there's still a couple
still
that
coming.
are still coming at Perm from the other side.
Yep. But at least I'm also, I did that so that I could control my ammo shots as well, so I don't just like chew up
Blow your
all the ammo.
I am just going to have the lifesaver ready to go, like all wound up, and just like the instant he needs it, I'm just gonna like lob it straight at him.
Why didn't we send him with it?
Well, it'd be harder to swim with a flotation device attached to you.
Yeah.
Meh.
Bit more noticeable as well, I guess. So you got that ready, and Petra is also gunning the engine to try and make the most of the time, the window that you have. Seamus doing anything?
Yeah, so I'm going to be ready to help Hector with basically pulling Pen back, and then as soon as he's in safe distance, obviously I'm going to hammer that remote detonator.
Cool. In that case, Pan, over to you. You've got Broodspawn scuttling down the sides of the bridges to try and disembowel and do various other unpleasant things to you.
Sure. I'm going to put the explosives, kind of like tuck them away somewhere where they can't be totally obvious, and
into your Speedo.
Oh
I'm going to put them in somewhere where the brood probably can't. Pretty much can't see them. I'm going to hit the on button and then try to swim back to the ship and try to make eye contact with whoever's with Hector and Seamus to let them know that I'm on my way back.
Yeah.
All right. So as you set the explosive and kick away, it's going to be body athletics once again as one of the brood spawn literally jumps from the bridge, aiming right for you with its claws.
Okay.
How'd you do?
5.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
I was thinking like, oh, I've got 3 successes. He might be in trouble. No, you just managed to perform like a perfect swimmer's dive into the water as this thing hits where you just were. Sort of like it actually like makes a good landing, but it's also just like, what the fuck? As you start just in a full-on front crawl back towards the Tribeca. As you grab onto the life ring, can Seamus and Hector both also roll athletics to try and yank you aboard? You'll be pulling your successes together because you're working as a team.
None?
My
You got-
athletics is
Please
1
tell me
point
you
for
got at
athletics.
least one. Oh,
On 6 dice, I rolled 4 1s and a 4.
Oh,
But did neither of you get a success?
Not a
oh
1.
no, poor Pernicus.
they got nothing, Ben.
Oh, damn.
Does that mean that basically we're going to pretend that we're pulling it as hard as we can and panic?
Oh yeah, we're heaving. We're heaving for all we're worth, but it's just like sliding through our hands.
Yeah, panic is
Bernie,
swimming faster
would
than
you
we
like
can
me to
pull,
shoot
is
you
basically
and
what
put
it
you
is.
out of your misery
Put all the
now?
butter on this rope. What's going on?
No, we're pulling it as quickly as we can. It's just that Panicus is swimming faster than we can pull it.
Okay. So, with this in mind, Seamus, you've got a choice. You can detonate now and potentially risk severely injuring Pern but clearing the way.
The less
But-
fun option.
You can choose to try pulling him aboard once again, but doing so at the pace that the Tribeca is moving. If you detonated, you would also take the boat with you.
Well, I've only
And
got one
you-
choice. So basically, the boat is already in motion towards the bridge.
Yeah.
And we need to blow it before the boat gets there.
Yeah.
So
Blow it.
the mission is to get the priest to his destination, not to save old Mr. Grumpy Pants. So
Well, if Percy does get caught, sorry, if Pernicus does get
Percy.
in the explosion, what will happen very briefly is he will actually be closer to the end than we are.
Yeah.
He'll be going, wee.
Yeah, I mean, we're that's the other reason why we couldn't pull him any closer, any quicker, is because the boat's also moving. So we're just getting too much slack in the rope. That's the problem. I'm gonna have to.
I'm liking all of these excuses. These are good.
Scientist.
I'll write these down.
I'm gonna have to press the button. I have to.
Okay. I am gonna bracket this with whatever happens, Pern. This is gonna hurt. But you can try and make. Sorry.
Blame the GM. It was his idea.
We're not rolling the dice. He is.
Hey, in regards to this specific scenario with the explosives and the pulling, I haven't touched the dice. His hands are clean. I'm going to say that you've got one last like Hail Mary, like athletics roll, body athletics, to see if you can like at least put a little distance between you and the detonation.
Okay, I think it's gonna play out as like I'm seeing that they're not like any help in my getting to the boat. So at that point I'm just trying to I'm just flailing just to try to get as fast as I can, and get as much distance before it blows.
Pernicus, swim slower so we can pull
Oh
you.
my god! Oh my god! This is actually I rolled 7 dice.
Uh-huh.
I got 3 5s, 3 4s, and a 2, and my athletics is 4+. So that's 6 successes.
Okay. So the explosion would have dealt 15 damage to you.
Ooh.
But because you got 6 successes, you knock that down to 9, and then your resistance as well kicks in. So you take 8 damage as this blast wave just passes through you and the water. And like just the sheer impact is enough to knock the breath out of you, but you actually managed to make it through mostly okay. You managed to just about get enough distance between you and the detonation. So that is enough to kind of get you close enough to the boat for Seamus and Hector to pull you up as the Tribeca steams through the breach that you've managed to punch and past the other side. Ollie going with was it Susanna?
Yeah.
Yeah, Susanna roaring in your hands and keeping the worst of the pack away. And Franklin, Milo, and Petra have managed to are going all guns blazing with their own weapons on the to keep the other end, at least keep them at bay. Explosion helped. And you managed to breach through the collapsed bridge, and I know they dropped a dice. You managed to breach through the collapsed bridge and out into the fork where the upper and lower Susquehanna rivers join together into, sorry, not the upper and lower, the west and east branches of the Susquehanna River join together into the final body of this mighty waterway.
I feel like when I get back on the boat, I'm gonna look at Seamus and Hector and be like, "What the hell, guys?
What did you do? What did you do? Did you?
I'm just trying. I'm laughing because it's so absurd.
I'm gonna literally be like, Pernicus, did you do what I said? Why
Yeah, you just didn't give me enough. You didn't haul me back in time before it exploded.
It's not an
No, it wasn't
exact
us.
science.
I didn't press the button.
Nicely played. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna look at him and say, "Nicely played."
Oh,
We tried. We tried, Pernicus.
I'm claiming that I
we
didn't
tried.
press the button, and it just went off early.
I'm not going to believe him, and I'm going to stomp down to the quarters and so I can get some dry clothes on and be reunited with the one thing that actually cares about me, my sledgehammer.
Aww.
That's right.
So the I completely lost the thread of where I was going with this. So the boat chugs on down the river. Once again, you've managed to keep out of the reach of the Herald and its pack. Pern, over the next couple of hours, your injuries start to once again knit themselves closed. You got to pick a little bit of debris out of yourself, which is not particularly fun, but you're on the mend.
I imagine myself like picking it out and like having Hector and Seamus like right there, and like as I pick it out, I like throw it at them.
This one's your fault. This one's your fault.
Yeah.
You press on through the day And I take it once again you're going to be traveling through the night.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you press on, traveling through the night, into the sprawling urban ruins of Harrisburg. And as you pass through the town, you kind of like as you pass through the town, kind of get to the edge of the city, the southern edge. You see that someone has erected a bunch of signs that are like just scrapped up and scavenged, but say like radiation hazard ahead, biohazard ahead. And as you're going, Petra suddenly angles the boat towards like a little, instead of following like the main curve of the river, she angles it towards a much smaller side channel.
Okay.
That's why she needed the map.
I mean, kind of, yes. They're just useful to have. And is taking you past like an old gutted suburb down the river, between like the main body and the main body of it, on this side channel. As you sort of reach the end of the channel, it's not far. It's like maybe a kilometer at most, 750 meters, something like that. You see to your east are some looming cooling towers. And painted on them are a couple of like very abstract designs, and you can see that there are actual like looks like there's actually been building around it as well, on this site of what looks like an old like power plant.
Oh wow!
So
Land ho!
did we know we were going into a radiation zone?
We'll be safe enough here, Petra says. She points to the towers, but says that spot over there, not so much. That place goes by a 3-mile island. There was an old power plant there from way before the fall that whole community of Blightspawn moved in there. Been there since forever, but they've been feeding on the radiation in the old reactor for decades now. Not a friendly bunch, but don't think they've got anything to do with our other pal either, but want to keep clear of them.
Yeah, we do.
Absolutely.
So as you're going, you notice that there are like a couple of watchtowers, and on the edge of the island, just on the bank, you actually see that there are what look like brood spawn fishing. Like at first glance, they look like brood spawn, but a lot of them seem to have some kind of weird necrosis going on. But also wielding like fishing spears and things. One of them notices you and sort of yells something in what sounds like sort of very broken English. And there's a bit of a commotion. A couple of them like rush to the bank, like holding spears and a couple of crude guns. There's sort of a tense moment as they watch you go by, but they seem to decide you aren't worth the trouble. You're too armed and armored. But yeah, they seem to sort of keep an eye on you as you're going along the length of the old island until you pull out of reach. And yeah, Petra says, like I said, not friendly. Don't like it when people like us get too close, but not too dangerous either.
And Ollie managed to maintain trigger discipline.
I know. Avoided a
I did. You know, I had a talk with Susanna, and she said, you know what? It's just not worth the bullets. So I go down. I feel comfortable enough. I'll go down to the galley, grab a bottle, grab a glass, take out my gun oil, and grab a bar rag, go back up to the gun, pour myself a shot, sprinkle a little oil on her, and just start wiping her down. Good girl. Yeah, that's how you like it.
Okay.
I don't know why Doug's shaking his head.
All right. But how far away on the map? How far away are we from landing now?
You're getting there. It looks like you're like a few, like as the crow flies, you're like maybe a couple of dozen kilometers in nautical miles, probably not nautical miles, but in like the river's miles, a bit longer. But you're approaching the old dam site.
Cool.
You reckon you're maybe half a day away.
Alrighty.
Sorry, I'll be on chat, but I'm just gonna have to switch off my camera for a minute.
All right. So
we will just motor our way on down then.
Rolling down the river.
Absolutely. Keeping a
I feel like the rest
watchful
of us,
eye out.
The rest of us are by and large just hangers on here at this point. It's pretty much been the Pernicus show.
Absolutely.
As much as I've been poking fun at him, you notice I've stopped calling you Perny.
yeah, well, better because I've bailed you out more than once.
Yeah, no, I'm fully aware of the fact that you have literally saved my ass a couple of times now.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad that you stopped calling him Perny though, because I've just been waiting for a good chance to do a Perny Sanders joke of some kind. So yeah, I'm once again asking you to call him Perny. There we go. Out of my system now. And so you are approaching the dam. The sort of movement of broodspawn along the riverbank has been fairly quiet. It seems like they've stopped bothering sending scouts after you after the last time.
It's not like we're trying to hide.
Yeah, after the last time they dealt with Susanna, and the river is beginning to get like noticeably kind of like wider and slower as you're sort of getting onto the what looks like the dam's older reservoir. And yeah, as you're sort of making your way there, Milo sort of kind of like goes to speak with you for a bit and basically says the damaged shard we need to find is not too far from the dam. It's less than half a mile beyond it. We'll need to go up on land to find it and begin the healing process. But I imagine that's where our herald friend will most likely be. I think he he must have guessed why we're here and where we're going.
Well, yeah, really. I mean, there's only so much obvious you can take here before you start to figure things out as the bad guys. Where else could we be going? All right, so we will prepare for landfall, I guess.
Yes.
Grab your gear, such as you might have. If you happen to have any more explosives, that would be ideal.
We have the grenade.
We have a grenade. Yes, that's helpful.
Yeah.
I think I only had one charge of C4. It just says C4 and a remote detonator, so that'd be my presumption.
Okay, yeah, more than likely. All right.
But I do have
Verticus, do you have anything explosive?
Do I have anything explosive?
Yeah.
Do you think I would? Somebody would entrust me with something explosive? No.
We just did.
I have a hammer.
Okay.
And if I had a hand.
And a desire to use it.
That's right.
So it's an explosive impact, I think.
That's right.
That sounded clever in my head. So you come into sight of the dam. Despite the ravages of the time, this great wall of concrete has stood firm, holding the river back. There is the remnants of a road across it, but mostly it seems like it is currently deserted. The only sound you can hear is the wildlife and the water pouring from the sluice gates.
Okay.
Petra brings the Tribeca into a lee, just sort of near where the dam reaches the western shore, and says, "Afraid this is as far as I can take you. It's been a pleasure having you aboard, gentlemen. And once I figure out this fuel situation, I'll happily take you anywhere else you need to go. But it's up to you and Milo now."
Well, it was a pretty interesting boat trip.
Yeah.
First time on a barge. That was exciting.
All right, let's go.
Let's
Get this done. I want to get to this shard.
I'll give Susanna a big kiss and say I'll see you in a little bit, sweetie.
For a moment, you think you hear him return. "I'll see you soon, babe."
Oh, baby.
Horrifying.
I'm in
Right,
love.
so Susanna whilst you're away on deployment.
Oh, man. I want this character to come back and somehow find a way to carry around Susanna in the future games, because it's so great.
What happens? Also, just as we leave the boat, I pass to you a piece of paper, Ollie, and you unfold it. And what you don't know is that I've spent the last sort of 3-4 days very carefully drawing a technical diagram of
Yes, I have my
which you
engineer
fold up and
buddy.
put in your wallet.
There we go. So I got my own picture.
Little something for those lonely nights.
Exactly.
I don't know why I'm indulging this. So you climb ashore with your gear all stowed up. Milo in front of you with his own rifle ready, and eyes peeled for the Herald and its pack. Pardon me. The trip through the forest is pretty fraught, and Hector, with your ability of Open the Echo Eye, actually, you can hear sort of not quite someone using an arietta, but you can hear sort of like a faint tone ringing in the air that seems to be kind of unpleasantly discordant. And like you can tell, you can sort of see Milo has a similar look on his face as well. Like he's picking up on this as well. And as you're
Our wounded shard, would it?
almost certainly, that's a call for help, I think, or of pain, crying out.
Emissary 911. All right, but I can't sense anything else in the area. Just that.
You can't sense any songs being used. No.
All right, I will report that to the group actually, since they know I can hear that sort of thing.
Cool. So yeah, you make your way ahead and are. Can you all roll, with apologies to Jason, cunning perception, please? See what you see.
Of course it is.
1, 2.
Watch this, I'll get like 11 successes somehow. Or none. None is also good.
Perception.
I actually get to roll 8 dice for this. I should just let you guys know that.
What?
I need a 6. I need a 6 to succeed, though.
I
I
just had
see.
6 exploding dice, all the same die. I got 7.
2.
Wow. 2, 7, 2.
I may as well be playing a normal human at this point.
Oh.
For all the success I've had with my rolling.
All right. So Ollie and Pern, you can spot some movement through the trees ahead. Seamus, you seem to have a moment of perfect clarity where you are one with the cosmos, and you are able to spot. Like just sort of squinting ahead, there is a clearing in the forest as you're sort of making your way through, and you can see that there is like in the treetops above a perimeter of brood spawn that's almost been deployed, seemingly with the intent of ambushing you from above. They seem to be aware of your presence, but aren't moving forward to attack at this moment.
I'll
I'm going to draw
definitely
a
have
quick
my.
map just detailing everything that I've just spotted, because it's going to be quicker for me to do that than for me to relay it to everyone verbally.
Fair enough.
I will definitely be having my guns out and ready.
Don't tell her.
Don't tell Susanna, yeah.
No.
The moment
Absolutely
you're
not.
away from home.
A gun in every paw. Okay, so any other preparations you want to make before you?
Die. No.
No, before I stand valiantly behind Pernicus for the fight, yes. No, I'll just knives out. I'm ready to go.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all. I'm just gonna have my hammer out.
All right. Who wants to make the opening move? You got brood in the treetops and some in the clearing ahead of you as well.
I'll go for the treetop shot. I'll go first. I don't mind.
All right. It'll be prowess marksmanship against one of the ambushers who will try and dodge, but it's going to be at a severe disadvantage because it doesn't think you. Its ambush is being ambushed, so yeah.
Right. Exploding. 4.
Nice. All right. What's the damage of your gun?
It is damage is 6 for the large revolver.
All right, so that's going to be. It didn't get any successes, so that's going to be a straight up 10 damage,
Ooh.
which combined with the fall from the tree is enough to just take it out pretty much like that. There is an
Yeah.
explosion of movement among the trees, and I'm going to say that the rest of you are all going to get an action before we then go to initiative.
Okay.
Okay.
I am going to attempt to chuck one of my knives.
All right, cool.
You don't like that one?
Well, I've got two, so. Oh, sure, that I get 3 explodes on. Sure. Let's see what that does. There's a 4th. 4 total successes.
Cool. So you toss it at one of the brood that is rushing towards you. And yep, you will succeed. What's the damage of your knife?
2, that says, according to the book.
Cool. So 2 plus 4 is 6. So that is enough as it's kind of like charging towards you is enough to like catch it and completely knock it off balance. It's not quite like out of the fight, but it's definitely staggered. So Seamus and Parnicus?
I'm going to use my shotgun. I think.
Go for it.
It's prowess, isn't it?
Yeah, prowess and marksmanship.
Two successes.
Oh wow, no successes whatsoever. So that's like what, 9, 10 damage? Shotgun?
Shotgun is 7.
So yeah, it'll be 9 because you got the 2 successes. So finally, Parnicus.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start swinging at whatever one, if there's one like headed toward charging at us from the front, and just try to clock it as hard as I can side the head.
All right, so again, prowess melee. You know the drill.
What is that? That's 1, 2, 3. 4 successes.
Okay, it got 3, so you beat it by 1. So yeah, you can't crack it right across the side of the head, send it tumbling away, and between you, you've actually managed to all open up a bit of a corridor straight to the clearing where where Milo shouts just ahead, we need to move. And can you all please roll for initiative with cunning perception? I don't know quite what happened to the cadence of my voice there.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay.
I got 3 successes.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Wow.
6 for Ollie, 5 for Seamus,
I've got 3.
3 for Hector. Rude got straight 0. Very well, gang. However, they do have a bud.
Oh.
Yeah, indeed.
You see in the clearing the Herald, who got 2 successes on his roll. So actually, yeah, you're going ahead of all of them anyway. So it is with his staggering 6 successes, Ollie's turn first.
Absolutely. I'll try to get a shot off at the Herald.
All right, it'll be prowess marksmanship. And as a response,
7.
Uh-oh.
All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 successes.
okay. Damn. Okay, so it's so as a response, the Herald is going to use the direct the pack ability, and he's going to attempt to order one of the brood spawn to take the bullet for it.
Ooh.
It got 3 successes, however, so you managed to clip it with your revolver, and the what? Sorry, what's the damage of a revolver again?
6.
6. So it'll be 8 damage in total. So that's going to take off a mauled and an injured. As you, yeah, it's a pretty strong opener.
Yay.
So after Ollie, it is then Seamus.
Yeah, I'm going to go after the same target.
Cool.
So, 4, 5. And I'll also remind Ollie that he has that grenade. Okay.
Ah, yes.
That was 2 successes.
Cool. So, all right, it's not gonna bother trying to be clever with its brood anymore, and it's gonna try and just try and rush you.
Oh, I feel so popular.
Does not quite get close enough before your shotgun goes off, and it's gonna injure it once again.
Cool. I'm going to start the process of switching weapons to the flamethrower.
Cool. So it is then Hector or Pan.
Hector, would you do you want to go or do you want me to go?
You go ahead and do yours. I'll do mine after.
Okay. I'm going to I'm going to charge at the Herald and just like as fast as I can and just yell, "It's time to feel the burn!" and I'm going to like swing as hard as I can and just try to clock him, like as just try to knock him out as hard as I can with my sledgehammer.
All right, go for it.
At this point, all of that rage that I feel inside me, I'm just giving into it. Oh my god, that was one of the worst rolls ever. I only have 2 successes.
So you're rolling like me, then, is what you're saying.
Can I use my lucky skill to force him to do a reroll?
Yeah, you can.
All right, so I reroll it all.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Unless you don't want to.
No, I will. That's fine.
Do you feel lucky?
Oh, that's good. That's a good one right there. So I rolled 4 6s to start out. 2 other successes.
Jeez, it's gonna be harsh.
2 more successes and another 6.
Whoa.
So I rolled 9 successes.
He hulked out.
Do you feel lucky, Pen?
Yeah.
Wow. So the Herald got 3 successes, so that's a total of like 6 overall. Which what's the sledgehammer damage?
6. So 12.
Wow, you take it onto one of its critical wounds as well.
All right, yeah, I just clock it right side the head with the square on
what we
shot of
do.
my sledgehammer.
All right, and it is sent just knocked tumbling away as you just fucking straight up deck it.
Does lucky cost me something? I'm just checking it out now.
It's the one-time use sort of thing.
Cool. Once per chapter, yeah.
Yeah, and this is a chapter.
Awesome.
So, it is then the turn of
It'd be me after Pern, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The one that I hurt, I'm going to attempt to use Blood Puppet on.
Oh, cool.
I'm going to order it to flee the area. Assuming it succeeds, anyway. We'll roll for in a moment here. Oh, good lord, these dice.
Is that good or bad?
I got one success. I roll on 7 dice. I rolled 4 1s, 2 2s, and a 4. But I need 3 plus to succeed. So I got 1 success.
Okay. So, sorry, I'm trying to find it in the book, but remind me, Blood Puppet is the one where you've got to follow the order or you get hurt if you disobey.
Well, it causes him physical pain, but it doesn't actually cause him damage. He takes a penalty to all of his actions equal to half of his body stat.
Okay. So, as it is a brood spawn and not entirely and sort of slaved to the herald, it won't run, but it means that it will be suffering that penalty because of the pain you're inflicting.
Fair enough. And that costs me 1 point of Dark Anima and Temporary Spite.
Cool.
And that's my turn.
All right, so that brood spawn is not having a good time, and is the herald has already taken its actions, and it is then the rest of the brood pack. So the brood spawn that you have blood puppeted, Hector, is gonna still being driven by the herald's command, so it is gonna start staggering towards you, swiping wildly with its claws. What do you do as a response?
I will attempt to block with my knife,
Oh,
which adds 1 to my defense.
mate.
It's not great at the best of times. Oh, hey. Oh, 1 success.
Okay, I have bad news in that it got 4, even with the penalty. So yeah, you try and block, but this thing's got like just these sort of bizarrely overlong arms. The reach is just not quite something you manage to compensate for, and it's going to deal 10 damage in total to you.
All right.
As these claws just slash into you.
Where? Hang on, I'm just grabbing my damage thresholds here. I know they're not high because I am not exactly a combat person. 10 damage total?
In total, yeah.
Okay, so that is going to rack all the way up to deadly for me.
Oh, dear.
Is it tie goes to the runner? Because my deadly is 10, my threshold.
Oh, God, I can never remember this on the top of my head. I think so. It's going to very... Yeah, if you hit that threshold, you've hit the threshold, so that is a deadly wound.
Okay, gotcha.
So, here's a fun question I love asking. What's Hector's hollow? What type?
He's the Deceiver.
The Deceiver.
Yeah.
Okay, because you have taken a deadly wound, it is going to attempt to seize control over your psyche. So the very worst part of yourself is emerging at the very worst possible time. So you're going to need to make a conviction resolve roll. However, you cannot use your fate dice on this.
Okay. So 6 dice then. That's it.
Yep.
Put that one over there. And I need resolve. I need 4 pluses to succeed. That's 1, 2, 4 successes.
4 successes. Okay. So that is more than your permanent spite. So you are able to force it back down into the bubbling depths of your soul, and but it is still there, trying to seize this moment of disorientation as you are sent staggering to the ground from this brood spawn's assault.
I got a deadly wound, so I'm definitely laying down.
Ollie, another brood is going to leap at you from above. How do you respond?
Can I try to get a shot off as it's leaping in the air?
Okay. So it'll be Prass marksmanship against its Prass fight. And again, because you've already acted this turn, you do lose a success, unfortunately.
Okay. Oh, 3 exploding. Okay, hold on. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minus 1, 7.
Okay, I mean, yeah, the lost success doesn't seem to do much. It got 2 successes, so yeah, you hit, and you hit it like an absolute fucking truck, as it is just sent tumbling to the ground. And Seamus, you actually no, the last one isn't going to go for you. The last one is going to go for Milo.
Ooh.
So 1 versus. And Milo's rifle cracks as it charges towards him, completely knocking off the balance, knocking the brood spawn off balance, and he's fine. So we're going to go back up to the top of the initiative, and it is Ollie once again. Josh, I know, is having some kind of difficulty.
Yeah, it looks like he's having some sort of technical difficulty.
His camera's not being cool again.
Not being cooperative. All right. I think just in the interest of keeping things pacey, we'll do Pan. Sorry, not Pan. Seamus, your turn, and then we'll circle back to Josh once he's with us once again.
So I must confess I lost a little bit of track there. Who do we still have in front of us? Do we still have the Herald?
So the Herald is currently going toe to toe with Pan. There is a brood spawn that is attempting to attack Milo, and Milo is trying to make it to the shard to start healing it. The probably most pressing thing is Hector, who has been just knocked down by one of the brood and seems very badly injured.
Okay, yeah. And is that member of the brood? They're still there, aren't they? So
It is still there.
okay, so I'm thinking, how does healing work in this? Is that possible to help someone, or do they just have to naturally recover?
So what are your songs again?
I don't know from looking at the character sheet, actually.
I mean, what I'll say is that you can like roll to stabilize Hector.
I've got like bone growth and shape bone and that sort of stuff.
That's more the Song of Flesh sort of thing to just
Yeah.
straight up healing someone. So, but what I'll say is you can roll medicine to try and like stabilize him.
Yeah.
Bear in mind there is still a brood spawn right on top of him.
Yeah, I might do better just to try and set that thing on fire, because I have just switched to flamethrower. So I'll do
Fair
that
enough.
for now. 2, 3, 4.
All right.
That was 3 successes.
All right, nice. So its reaction is going to be to step away from Doug. Sorry, not from Doug. From Hector. I'm getting everything mixed up. As he's not the immediate threat and lunge towards you, getting. Oh dear. That's a lot. That's a lot of. That's 7 successes.
Oof.
Ooh.
So how many did you get? Was it 3?
Think so, yeah.
So yeah, it's gonna lunge onto you, dealing 11 damage.
Okay,
As
well,
in,
10 is my deadly,
Oh
so
my god! All right. Once again, conviction resolve as your hollow.
a tyrant.
Yep. Oh yeah, the tyrant really isn't going to like this. Conviction resolve against your permanent spite, as your hollow is going to attempt to wrest control.
That's my resolve. Oh, crikey. That was 1 success.
Oh dear. Was that including? Did you roll without your fate dice as well?
No,
This
I forgot to do that.
It's okay, because this is the one time your fate dice isn't a thing.
Well, the fate die was a failure, if that counts.
Okay. All right, fine. So
I can re-roll if you like.
no.
I can re-roll if you like.
He'd like to re-roll if you like.
I mean, if
I
you
could
really
do
want to
worse, it's
re-roll, I won't stop you.
No, it's fine. It doesn't mean I'll do any better.
Okay. So once again, you manage to push your hollow back as it's tries to seize control, and yeah, you are also badly injured, and we're gonna circle back to Ollie. You've got brood on all sides, and Seamus and Hector are really not in a good way right now.
Bad shape, yes.
We're fine.
Yeah.
Just having a lie down. You know. We saw
Pernicus has got
doing
this.
it.
We're just
Exactly.
having a run, having a nap.
We want to go.
So yeah, what do you do?
We can't hear you. Ollie.
Toxin is not heard because we can't hear him.
You're moving.
We
We can't hear
we can't hear you at all.
How about now?
you. Hey.
Yeah, there you
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Ugh. Yeah,
Um,
StreamYard's giving me a hard time.
Aw.
Um,
So yeah, what do you do?
so is the Herald still alive?
The Herald is still alive. Currently going toe to toe with Pan.
Oh no. Okay, I won't do that then. So Hector and Seamus are having issues here with brood on them.
Yep. Same brood spawn, in fact.
Okay, I will. Let's see. Hector, you can have evens. Seamus, you get odds, and it is odds. I will shoot the one on Seamus.
Oh
That's
yeah.
the same one.
It's the same one as what I meant.
The one
Oh,
brute spawn
okay.
has kicked both of our asses.
Oh no. Okay, well then I will take that one out.
Despite
Hopefully.
me throwing a knife at it and giving it blood puppet, it's still kicking both of our asses.
Let's see what I can do,
Won't it,
fellas.
it's told.
All right, no exploding. Well, one exploding. All right, so that gives me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay, it got none, so that is enough to just blast it straight off where Seamus is, and just onto the ground, just nail it straight through the eyes. And with that, it is then Hearn's turn. Sorry, I was just getting re caught up on the order. So yeah, Hearn.
So the herald is in front of me in pretty bad shape.
Yep.
All right, yeah, I'm just gonna swing at it again and try to like clock it around. You know, I've swung at one time. I'm gonna come back around and try to swing it at the other and just kind of just take it out again.
Finish him.
Spin to win, Copernicus. Spin to win. It's good that we're already laying down, eh? We have no fear of this hammer.
Yeah. We've seen Copernicus sit around doing nothing. It was our turn.
This is why Pernicus
That's a
has such
lot
big
of
shoulders, because he's literally carrying the entire group.
I rolled 8 successes.
Oh my god.
Damn. Okay.
Wow.
So the herald is going to use the attempt to use the shattered reflections power to try and help it out. So first of all, it's going to make a conviction result roll. Oh wait, it got 1. Oh, thank God. So it doesn't just completely fail its buff thing, and then it's gonna attempt to lunge up and slash at you with its claws. Though, I mean, wish it luck.
Can you opt not to wish it luck?
No, you must. Very rude. Yeah, it got 2 successes, so that is a very strong hit from Pernicus. Like, God, how much damage is that? Because that's almost
12. Because it's 2 less. I rolled 8 successes.
Yeah.
So that's
Right.
6 plus my 6 damage. So
Oh man, you're one off giving it a deadly wound.
Ooh.
But it's
We enabled that for you, Copernicus. Hector and I,
Set him up. Set him up. You knock him down,
we
Pernicus.
set the foundation for you.
He's standing on us, says what we
Yeah.
do.
Standing on the shoulders of giants or something.
okay. So after Pernicus, it is now Hector. So Hector, with your deadly wound, you are still able to like act and things, but you're gonna be very limited to it's basically one action a turn, and you're gonna be getting success penalties on whatever you do. So you're still like conscious, but
Right.
maybe wishing you weren't.
Okay, so the one that Pernicus just hammered, is it dead or down or?
So that's the Herald. It's not quite dead, but it's not doing great.
Okay, am I near enough to it to actually like melee it, or would I have to throw my weapon?
You'd have to throw your knife.
And the one that's still on top of me and Seamus, is it still there?
Ollie managed to shoot that one down.
Okay.
It's
I
just
took care of
literally
it.
dead on top of us now.
I am going to just grab the knife and just biff it towards the herald.
All right.
I have very little hope this is going to work. If it misses and hits you, Pernicus, I apologize.
No.
Although-
Why would you even you put that in Ben's mind, and now it's going to happen?
The comedic value of it had to be put out there. All right. How many penalty? What kind of penalties am I going to have?
I'm trying to double check exactly how it works with the deadly.
It's pretty massive at deadly. I know that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean you are on the verge of dying, so. But
I like the thought of like Hector being on the ground and like grabbing the knife out of the slain brood spawn and then just chucking the knife as hard as he can at the as like a.
That's basically what I'm doing.
Yeah, I love that. I love that idea.
Doesn't get any successes and hits Pernicus in the left butt cheek. The equivalent of getting shot in the hind end. Yep.
just make your roll. I'm just gonna.
Right.
I'm scrambling to find it.
I don't think you really need to find it. If we were playing Yahtzee, I would have a straight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I need sixes to succeed. So I'm not a fighter. I'm not.
Fair enough.
So
It doesn't hit Parnicus or anything. Don't worry. It just sort of.
just goes flying past his field of view. Like,
It just kind of goes wide. You've lost a lot of blood, to be fair. Like.
missing 4 fingers.
So, and it is after Hector and Parnicus, the Herald has already acted. So it is the remaining brood spawn, who is on top of trying to go for Milo, who has now managed to reach. I realize. Ollie and Parnicus, you can see this. There is a shard in the center of this clearing, surrounded by these sort of patterns of much smaller stones that someone's laid, that has been sort of almost split open like a flower petal in like various directions. So Milo is rushing to that and has scored open his palm, and is currently pressing it against the side of the shard and chanting. And as he's doing so, however, the brood spawn is going to go to him, and he's going to attempt to just avoid it. So the brood. All right, so the brood manages to land a blow, and the ritual is temporarily cut short as he is staggered away. And has to raise his rifle to kind of like block the claws that it's swiping at him. And we're going to go back to the top of the initiative with Seamus.
Or with Ollie.
With Ollie.
Sorry, yes, with Ollie. I don't know where that came from. Back to the top initiative with Ollie.
All right. So I would like to take aim at one of them that are at Milo.
Okay.
So this way I could kind of protect him so he could finish doing his thing. 6, 7. Okay. Since I got a few shots left. Okay, no explosions this time, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
Okay, I don't think you needed explosions there, because it got 2. As you, it's not quite enough to take it out, but it definitely hurts it and buys you an opening, as you take your shot, giving Milo the chance he needs to continue the right, and it is then Seamus's turn.
So I'm going to try and use the flamethrower. I'm not even going to get up. I'm just going to reach over to it. It's on the floor. And kind of.
Please tell me you're aiming over me or something.
Yeah, I'm aiming at the.
I'm lying here next to you.
Yeah. Hopefully we're kind of lying next to each other, kind of parallel, and
Drops it on my chest.
do you feel lucky?
Move.
I did just manage to find it in the book. When you are at deadly, you can only act by spending a point of focus,
That's it. Yes.
which buys you a single round's worth of actions.
I will knock off my point
So-
of focus then.
I
Cool.
have some focus, so I'm going to do that.
I've used
I'm just
one,
looking to
so
see whether or
I
not
have
it's
one
actually
left.
a rolling penalty.
Yeah, so you're going to be at a penalty to your pool and to your successes because of your injured and critical injuries.
Okay, so it's going to be prowess. Okay. Huh. But I did actually get 4 6s. That's 4 successes. I should have had 5
Nice.
dice, and I've rolled 4 dice. And 1 more 6. That's 5. So that's 5 successes in total, minus 1, I presume. Or however many it is that we need from the...
It would be 4 in total because it is only pick away 1.
Cool.
That's a lot of 1s and 2s and a 3, but
It's fine, I'll take that.
yeah, that is a square hit with 4 successes.
Flamethrower damage is 7.
So 11. Right, so Harold has 1 critical wound left before it just is gonna be taken out. It's really not looking good. So as we then go to Pan and Hector's turn, what are you two doing?
I think at this point I've swung at it twice, and now I'm gonna come up and try to like go up underneath it, like uppercut it with my sledgehammer, try to just like give it that one knockout
That's
blow,
amazing.
and just hopefully like send it sprawling and just kill it.
You have to do
All
it
right.
in slow motion.
All right, here we go. I'm going to use a focus to as well.
Cool.
There's that. There's that. There's those 2.
Nice.
I got five successes.
So its response was to try and scramble free and run. That is not. You got 1 success on that, so that is not enough. As you bring your hammer smashing down on it, and just absolutely just shatter it. The herald's body crumples, and in just a couple of moments. So normally, to kill a Nemissary, they take a lot more killing. They have something called an Ainther, which you've got to take out, and that's how you kill them. That's how you destroy them. A herald, on the other hand, doesn't have an Ainther. That's the cost of it returning to the brood. So as you strike the killing blow, instead, its body turns into, first of all, cracking into black void glass that, with a tap of your hammer, Pernicus, just crumbles into dust and is no more.
Beautiful.
Okay. Excellent.
With the herald's death and no longer having a pack leader, the remaining brood break and flee with howls of shock and terror, and the clearing is silent once more.
Other than me going, oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Other than that,
It burns.
Is Milo back at the shard and still starting his? Okay, I'm going to go back over to Hector and Shamus and try to help them up and bring them over to the priest.
Okay. So yeah, Milo's attention is fully on the shard, but as you can see him carrying out this ritual, Hector, you can sense that he is, as he was saying to Seamus earlier, channeling a whole lot of anima into it. You can see that this sort of split where it's fallen open, this sort of flower petal thing, is beginning to slowly close up once again. And over the next minute or so, it like completely falls shut, and the seams that you can see begin to fade once again into pure, clean black void glass. Parnicus, you see just as it closes, at the very heart of the shard is the shard seed itself being enveloped by void glass. And clearly exhausted from his work, Milo steps away from the shard and just says, "Thank you. That wouldn't have been possible without you. Thank you."
No problem.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like I contributed in some way.
All right. So, you can limp back to the boat, or you can go elsewhere. What do Parnicus, Hector, Seamus, and Ollie do with themselves after this adventure?
I'm going back to my one love, or my two loves, I should say, on the boat.
I'm going to heavily rethink my thought process of the physical aspects not being of any use any longer, considering that has just been violently proven to not be the case.
I'm not in any fit state to be thinking anything right now.
Fair enough.
There was a big gaping hole, and you're like, ah.
Yeah.
So do
I
we
felt
go back
better.
to the boat? Do I drag you back to the boat? Is that how it?
Well, one would hope. We did try to drag you back onto the boat ourselves. Now you
Yeah.
can show us how it's done,
Well,
Bernicus.
I kind of find the irony in that, where it's like, oh yeah, these guys,
Isn't it? You can talk
drag
all
me
about
out of the
irony,
boat,
though.
yet I'm dragging their butt.
I quite like the idea that you see on movies where you've got like one person who's been badly wounded and they're kind of resting on the shoulders of two people. It's the other way round.
The other way around, he's just got one of us under each arm.
That's basically how it is.
Yeah, there's sort of like a little bit at the back of your mind of your hollow just being like, do we really want to do this?
I was halfway
My
thinking,
tyrant is going, yes,
this
it's
Herald
exactly
life
what
might
we
be a cool idea for Pernicus. Just squishes us all.
Yeah, I think once I get these guys back, I try to talk to the priest a little bit more and try to get a little bit more insight into what what he can give me for information about the shards and everything, and because I still think that I'm still searching for that inner peace, even though I get told that I shouldn't, that there's no peace to be found.
Yeah, so yeah, the thorns know a great deal about shards and nemissaries and hollows. So, and for the help you've given them with this, they will welcome you with open arms if you wish to spend some time with them.
Sure.
So yeah,
Awesome.
yeah, if that's where Parnicus wants to go, that is very much a path available to him.
Cool.
And yeah. So, with Ollie once again united with his former love, with Seamus and Hector recovering from their wounds, and Parnicus finding a new way forward in life, I think we shall leave it there. So that has been Sin's Old Man River. I hope you all have fun tonight.
Oh, it
Excellent.
was a blast.
No, it's been so good. Thank you, Ben.
Funny.
Thank
Awesome.
you very, very much, Ben. Ben, if folks want to know more about Sins and all the things that First Falling Leaf does, where should they go?
So best place to go is our website, firstfallingleaf.co.uk. You can see all about Sins, a couple of our other projects there. We've got Aria and Stone and Claw, two of our new preview games coming out that are coming out soon as well. Also follow us on Twitter on at First Falling Leaf. We're tweeting about Sins Manifest Destiny and all that goodness, and also sharing more of Will's awesome art as he releases it. And also our Twitter profile has links to our Discord. So if you've got any questions, or if you wanna chat to us about anything else, that's the best place to do it.
Well, I greatly appreciate you giving your time. I know we're all busy, and I appreciate you coming back on the coming on the show and letting us feature Sins yet again. If folks are still watching at this point, please hit that, and you haven't already, hit that like button down below. Share this with as many folks as you can, because I think Sins is one of those games that needs more attention. I think it needs more people playing it because this is just such a great rule, a great set of rules, and the world is just so really rich and developed, and I think more people need to be playing it.
Yes, please.
I can't thank the players and everybody that participated in this. Josh, Phil, Jason, thank you guys for coming on and being a part of this. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. That helps us create all these little, do all the YouTube stuff that you're supposed to do. That helps us grow as a show, and we greatly appreciate that as well. All right, that's going to do it for this session. Be safe and be well, and remember, winning shouldn't be the only victory condition when you get to the table. We'll see you next time. Bye now.